Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back to Pxy-VERSE. Today we're continuing number 24 of sessions. Yes, this is being a bit long, like this is equivalent to 3 weeks, about that, yes. So, but good news, this is mostly, we are mostly there for starting the webcomics. Yeah, I've been saying this over and over again, but that's very important for me at this point to remember that I'm almost there. And so today we'll be doing some especially I should have started earlier, right? But maybe I'm considering splitting the live stream. Also, let's get some soundtracks here. So see here, for example, in the background, this is one of the renders I was getting, but prior, you see that there's some brightness that is cool, or there are different tones that I'm not getting but something that I'll be readapting anyways. So here, okay, today we got rigging to do, lots of stuff, so I'll try to focus directly in the Eyelids Rig, right? There is an Eyelids Rig, but I need to reassess it. I'm gonna make deep transformations there. Then there is, for this room, besides some extra compositing, yes, just little details here and there, but there are some assets, yes, plan. So I have like these assets here, so I'm going for rigging, then later maybe I do something here. And ferns, ceiling, these are plants that will be growing everywhere. And I intend to do this semi-procedurally with geometry nodes, so maybe I would try to do something like I'll make a leaf and texture that, maybe more than one, maybe 3 types of leaves. Then I make them instance. I try to randomize this instance in a curve or mesh to curve, right? Start extruding, just as I did for this, start extruding vertices, but then this gets converted into a procedurally to geometry nodes to a curve, and then we get some instance in some parts of the branch. So I don't know the whole process, how it will end up. Maybe I'll have to find out some new tricks, but even if I don't, I can still try to, yeah, I've just remembered, there's a parameter spline for curve object in curves in something like end of the curve, so you can sort of map when the curve, like a line, whatever, ends, and then this could be the points where the leaves will be generated. So that might be fun. So probably there's how the creators use this for geometry nodes. I just don't know the solution, but that seems to be one plausible way to do. But of course, then putting that in practice without any help, without any checking, that is probably not a great idea. So if it works, great. If not, I'll have to make a small research, but we'll probably find some ways to do that. Okay, so the kind of rendering I'm having now is not that great in relation to what I was getting just a few days ago, because I made some changes here and there, and I think the grease pencil is the line art. Have some, yeah, the line art. Yeah, my test here, I remember I saved with some. So I have a grease pencil material which has ludicrous amount of if I could only select it. Yes, no, it is not. Yes, it is select. So I should get here. Basically, no, it's the modifier. We got some wrong thickness, I guess. This should be, I don't remember what I was using, but we can probably check here with the camera This could be even with workbench. No, we need to do, let's try here. No, it doesn't work with workbench. We need this to be on. Well, what's happening here? Looks like it's not working. Cheap grease pencil line. Oh, of course, this collection. Yeah, everything here is in this collection. So why it's not? Maybe we have some tint that is doing something wrong. Let's copy this color. No. Layer. Launch. I might have something else. Maybe it's no, it's supposed to be rendered. This is the background. So I found some techniques that might help in the. So it's not being. Okay, maybe I need. Oh yeah, of course, it's not appearing here. Of course. So yeah, now we can check. And not only on the character, we can check here in the scenery. We can probably compose this now with using the distance, the depth, which is the Z pass. I've heard it should work. So that means we could have a very, I don't know, I never did that, so we're gonna, is this value any good? Looks like we have some problem with the, oh, of course, the character is not in the, yeah, of course. It's because I was trying to do something slightly different here by composing multiple ones. Yeah, let's try to get this improved, folks. So basically this is like, I'm gonna get 2 grease pencil collections. So I'm gonna get, yeah, the collection appear here. So I'm gonna make this like grease pencil line art like Dorothy and whatever else. Maybe we can include other stuff, but okay, place this inside here. I'm gonna change this to identify this grease pencil. I think I like this color for grease pencil. Then here line art gonna call this assets. Well, no, assets, it's complete. So stuff, whatever. So rooms or whatever, yeah. And we could get for the background, like now this galaxies, probably this will be bad. We could get for asteroids. No, we're not gonna mess with the background yet. So that means that we could probably put this grease pencil. Yeah, let's place this in the background. It doesn't matter here where it is. So we're gonna now let's get the grease pencil here. There is one modifier. Hold on, folks. We're gonna save here. First of all, this line art, of course, we are going to target different stuff. Currently this is targeting room. We can accept this. We're gonna duplicate this and gonna make, and this we're gonna do change here. And so this, of course, from this distance is too bad right now. It's not bad, but it's not. If you go on some close up, you see how much time it takes to. Okay, but this is just for this, and the other is just for. So they are not stacking, right? We can check, right? And I will reduce this to 2. Maybe I'll reduce this opacity here. Maybe 1 for the character, and for the scenery, no, but then more opacity. And then for the scenery we're gonna get maybe lower opacity, and this thickness will also get to 2. Okay, so I have these 2, and let's get this 2 as well, just to so you can easily visualize what's going on. So let's get the character first and then the, or maybe the opposite, yeah, because it draws on after, right? So this tint, I think I'm gonna take it off. We're gonna ignore this tint because, yeah, so this is the targeting of objects for the grease pen. So we need this, this is why we might probably need more than one. So we cannot make this, well, if there is other way, I don't know. So here, why do I need this layer? We could just use the one layer, right? I think that other layer was a test I was doing. So basically on this base layer, why not using lights, opacity, this should affect, right? Lights, I don't see anything happening, so we could change the opacity from here, right? But let's leave it maximized. Mask, I don't think I need any mask here. This will be mask for the layers. This is not this kind of setup that I'm doing this. So adjustment. So this color tint, I think it will factor stroke thickness. We can control something here, but I don't understand. I don't know why we have this add regular hard light. Oh, this can be nice. Okay, so we can get some special effects from not just opacity stuff, right? We could try something different, right? But let's reset here. We don't want, so apparently this, I don't know, this adjustment, why it's not working. So I'll ignore. We're gonna use materials. I already have one. We're gonna make many of them. And so yeah, let's skip regular stuff, and then we're going to get the modifier. We're gonna keep layer, and now for the materials, I'm not gonna do anything special here, right? We are gonna keep a line, solid, yeah, we're not using texture, but this could be nice, right? But let's keep it same. Base color, so here is holdout is for it will not appear in the, okay, and fill, of course we're not gonna fill, this will cause lots of madness. So this stuff here, I think it's not relevant for my stuff, so it's basically is this. I'm gonna do something line art, yeah, match GP, yeah, material grease pencil. So line art, let's say dirty, and then we're gonna, yeah, having this, we're gonna add here, then we're gonna bring it here, then we're gonna create another object from this, and then here we're gonna get rooms. So this is of course super simple. We're gonna keep this order, will be better to visualize. So here we could get some I want to go towards the blues, the navy blues, but still working around the sepia, so it's purple. And for the rooms we'll try to get something also sepias, but we're gonna go towards the reds and greens, browns. Yeah, we're gonna get some brownish color. We don't see because it's all using the same So we're gonna get here the target, this is correct, and then this target here. And this tint, there's just one layer. We could affect the tint only the material of one particular layer. So okay, so that means that I can have, actually I don't need this, because theoretically it seems that we can just have a let's try. Okay, so we're gonna black, so neutral color, then we get here and gonna just so we're gonna make wait, if I cannot focus. Alright, this I cannot focus the okay, so maybe I need okay, now I'm confused. So maybe I did it right. I needed to isolate the material. Okay, I don't know this layer what it does, but it seems to be the same thing. So currently this is doing double layer on the character, so this is doesn't seem good. It's only on certain parts. No, let's ignore this. So this might be a mistake, so I'm gonna delete this. Okay, so of course if I tint anything here, it will tint the stroke, then need to target factor, layer. Okay, apparently I needed to update here. Alright, so it is coloring everything, so we need the material here, so we're gonna probably it'll be better just to do this from the materials themselves. So again, let's do this simple trick here. We're gonna get this black, then okay, let's bring Dorothy. And this will be black. Now this will be back to rooms, although we could have a black here just because we're doing this. Maybe we're gonna use, so we're gonna do this. So this black, we make sure, it's using the black. Then we get rooms and Dorothy. Okay, so the rooms will use this kind of color here, and Dorothy will use already set this kind of color here. Then maybe we need some little darker for both. Alright, anyways, we need to update, right? So this will be rooms, and this will be Dorothy. Now we see the, although there is some overlapping, I don't know why. It might be something about okay, just in case, I'm gonna try to update those things. Maybe it's glitched. So no, it's something about probably these edge types. Maybe it's material borders, no, intersections. So for some reason it's attacking the the character. Generate strokes from intersections. Yeah, so it's sort of stupid. Although this could be useful, but if it's causing this thing, we cannot make the separation. So you see, the more we complicate these things, the more time everything will get, but the more problems. So naturally, right? So you need to be comfortable, if possible, with what seems more reliable. I'm gonna keep a 2, but we're gonna play with the opacity. And we are going to also try to see if this affects the scenery. If we have, I have to catch some intersection which is not clear where, so I'm trying to see if the character is generating any sort of intersection on the scenery. I don't see anything. Maybe this is happening because of the order. Like if this comes first, no, this still affects the character. It's this could be a glitch, by the ways. So it doesn't matter the order, is just, but we could check if itself has any utility in the scenery. Okay, it doesn't seem to have any, so let's turn this off because it doesn't seem to solve anything for us. Alright, now if I render this, we can say we're getting good contour lines here and other stuff. Yeah, some problems in the face, but this is gonna readjust. And the brown, sometimes it vanished. It's not the brown itself, just the brown, it's just the opacity here, it's too low. So maybe just copy this value here. This should be a little better. Maybe we can augment even a little more this. Yes, and why not, let's also augment the it's very nice. Even though it takes it's a bit crispy, but depends on the also I think the resolution. My resolution is super low for this, and this is fine for the style I'm doing. In principle we can improve that later. These are steps, test stage, right? For the yeah, like I don't need to be the perfect result right now. We can always improve in final results, right? So with some augmenting of the resolution, I don't bother testing it now. I think I've tested those things already on occasions. For me, things are working. So for now, turning off this stuff, let's get the film so you can visualize. Okay, so what? Okay, I wanted to show the one cool thing, which is the, well, not cool thing, but I saw a tutorial today that apparently one of the few that will address precisely one way to handle the isolation of the background, which I didn't know this trick. So let's find the highlight for that. And hold on, folks. Let's get here the chat. Let's write down. Okay, so this is called isolate background from one way, another way to isolate a background from the viewport layers, I think. How is it called? View layers, right? In compositing, using what's the name of the pass? Is not background pass, environment pass. And transparency film. Yeah, this is render tabs. This is all right. It's the problem I have with that. I'm gonna try here in my setup. The problem I have in that is I want to be looking at the space already from the real time, and it could be that this setup, let's make a long time I don't do a backup, so save copy. Hold on, just doing this not renders, whip external. Yes, so lounge we are, yeah, so 08. Alright, so I'm going to do this thing now. So I have in the EV, yeah, I have two scenes, but ignore the other scene right now. I have one scene which is EV render engine using EV, and I don't use transparency here, because if I use transparency here, as we can see, I cannot see real-time world environment, which is garbage, right? For inspiration, although I could use I could try, maybe I could temporarily, but I don't see this stuff here. Ah, okay, so these are this is a HDRI, of course, that works on EV, so we could use this for inspiration actually, but yeah, the problem that in this way it wouldn't render, right? Let's see. Actually, I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what that will do, so I would have to be clicking this every time I want to render. So no, okay, I have the transparency in the background, which from film. So this is super reductionistic, because this will affect all the render layers, the view layers. Yeah, it will affect the view layers, all of them. So it doesn't, you see this transparent here, I'm on the main. If I go on background, I still have transparent. Turn this off, I return to main, it's turned off. So this is global, only affects this scene, alright? But I want to keep the background in the same scene. So what I didn't know, many things I didn't know, but what I didn't know is that, okay, even if it's transparent, the world material that I have, which is not this, right? Well, yes, which is scene world, right? Which is no, it's not this, right? Okay, sometimes this thing seems to deactivate the other. I'm not, yeah. So okay, so I could technically keep this setup. All right. Or is that happening because of transparency? No. Okay, so so I could work with that. Okay, this is good. Because then we have this stuff. This, I won't use this all the time, right? For navigation, this is enough for me. Also because I don't need this one. Also because my compositor doesn't work anyways very well with the current scene. Yeah, it is a limitation. Viewport compositor setup not fully supported, because I have multi-render layers from different scenes in the compositor. Like I have the EV and the workbench, so different scenes, and yeah, so this is why this is not supported for real-time visualization like on this setup. So this is why it doesn't really matter for me here, although you could still use the camera here, and this also camera. Alright, so but now seems like I've just lost the no, this is normal. Okay, so this is not what I'm gonna render. Let's what I see here from the space is not what I'm gonna render. If this is correct, this will render, not this, it's not over. Alright, so this is my real space. So this is correct, absolutely correct. this could solve my problem actually, but there is more to that. So the idea is that, you see, even if I have transparent, I'm still getting the space out there because, yeah, probably because of this, but maybe more than this, because I have a setting in the compositor which, yes, it is bypassing this this thing. Yeah, I have something that is bypassing the this is very weird. Oh, okay, so I have the I know what it's because this is compositing, pre-compositing, right? Even though, so you see the transparency of my current scene, right? Like, which is default, but I also see the world what is not transparent. Hard to explain, but, and even if I turn this off, it will still render this, because without the transparent, of course, because of what I have. It's just the camera here, right? No? Okay, this anyways, let's go finally to the compositor. So here, this is the environment pass. I was trying to do a mask here, but that was stupid, or I wasn't able to complete it. So basically, if I check this is a mask of the environment. It's just what is supposed to appear as the world, and you see it's masked. So this is the environment. And also, I don't know what this is for, but so this environment pass is the we obtain it from EV, for example, could be cycles, render engine. If we go on the view layers, and then again, yeah, I have checked me. So I'm also gonna try Z for this depth for. Could be missed, right? But I'm trying to use this with grease pencil. I want to see if this works. Probably there's a tutorial about that. That will be very useful. Now I think I know how to isolate the grease pencil properly. And was having trouble with this environment. Now we have this environment pass, which as you can see already masks the. Well, already gets only the environment here, which separates it, isolates it here. So I run this directly into the. Okay, they are crossing. This is. I'd like to change the order here if possible. I never touch these things. I don't know how they find super confusing, but yeah, apparently I cannot. Okay, I cannot reorder those stuffs, or if we can, doesn't matter. So they are crossing, but we can do this maybe, yeah. Okay, let's do this. So this thing is going, that's covering long distance. So the glare, so for this separated one, and because now I'm transparent, there is just nothing here. So this was a huge simplification that I've done for the setups here. I was doing some weird stuff where the space was doubled, the background was doubled because it appeared here already, because I wasn't using transparency in the global thing. Now I'm using transparency, so we are getting transparent, so I don't need to have this composited from the start, so less time. Probably this will improve performance. Just a detail, but it's good to clean up, right, if we can. And then now I have this special, and this will combine by the end it will be recombined with everything. So now okay, so this is ambient occlusion thing, so let's try to reorganize this in a cleaner way. I think this is workable. We can do this, yes. So let's reposition this about here, right? This is the ambient occlusion, so it's so the ambient occlusion, then it was affecting the, yeah, I was using ambient occlusion to also use as a mask. It's kind of cool, but maybe it worth some use. This is why I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna clean up this. But it was fun, but we can get this with very easy. So here's the ambient occlusion. So you see this, apparently we can use it as a mask for the space. Also, it's not perfect, but it works. Then we multiply, yeah, so here is just the EV without the background. We multiply it with, then this will go down there, it will go to the, it will reach the real focus of this composition for the most part, which is the oops, these are Alt J, accidentally mixed them here. So this thing is some grayscale workbench. If we want to neutralize a bit more the colors which are coming from workbench, we can turn everything here into grayscale, and this can confer very good, more neutral. It can help also in some stylization effects like posterize or stuff like that. CGA graphics, this helps because for some reason, yeah, we have this separate colors. This usually can, like for example this one, we can get good and then recombine. We can get some interesting, like I'm using the blue and the red, and then we add, okay, then we get something like, or I can just have black and white, but this can be better set up, right? So we're just using this killing the colors to get some grayscale setup that is nice. And if we use these ones, then if I use this one, then I'm switching to color ramps on constant. So this will be like those ludicrous, yeah, even more old graphics, but also this will be the constant, you know, this will be the, so I have two different setups. So one has more detail, the other is more simplistic, but essentially this will pixelize the, like more like brutal cell shading from old school. Then if we want, you can even recolorize in some crazy manner, but this is not necessary because when I use this stuff, usually they will be good for, what's going on here? Okay, this was moved, we want this. So this is the switch, actually the big switch for the grayscale or not, right? So if we use, so this is the big part where we're gonna do it for dual compositing and some pre-final fills. But already we are mixing the compositors here in the beginning with this node, which is, I'm calling this the Yeah, so I was calling this the fake procedural texture for workbench. So basically it it allow with some mixing, not mixing, yeah, mixing value, not mix this, but the mix color nodes. That by mixing value we can bring to the workbench, which doesn't have procedural texture potential, we can adjust it to eat some on a certain amount, which can vary, so it can start not to eat and start to expose some procedural textures from this mix of value. So this is coming from EV, and so this grants some sort of fake procedural texture for workbench. So in this way I would not kill the textures, because this is the pure color, so this is garbage for procedural texture. So this will kill the patterns, right? If I mix this directly with EV, this will destroy the EV, but because I'm mixing in this very peculiar way, I will start getting this these values from the patterns, right, of the procedural texture. For some reason I find that the value is the best one, but I've tried many others. They work, some of them work okay, but the value is the most powerful one, and we don't need to go here to the maximum. I was doing even 1.85, but in the recent results I've swapped to 1, so maximum. So what this does now is that, okay, I'm using the grayscale, I guess. No, okay, anyways, let's go to the very end. So this is still not the final render, right? Because okay, hold on, it's compositing. There we go. So now it is clean, and here of course we can, I don't know why the space doesn't show here though. It's like we, oh, that is because of this crap here. I don't know what this thing, okay, accidentally I've gotten it. Anyway, so this is what I want to, so if I want to use the grayscales here, maybe nothing seems to change too much on the background, but this can help in then later getting this this kind of effect. It's usually it's better. You see, the galaxy is very interesting, right? The smokes here, but they are too far, so it's not combining well. Some effects here are nice. We could also try to, okay, this will switch to the ones on the bottom, right? So no, sorry, not this. This will be between this, the pure, and the more so look at this area here. This is maybe more interesting, so switch here, and then at the bottom you can decide between, let's skip the first one, and then here we'll decide if you'll use so let's not use this color ramps constant. Here we are using, defining that we are using we are grayscaling the workbench thing, right? Here we can also decide if we want some, either a mix or a screen. Let's use the main one, and then for a variation of colors, but alright. And here of course we can tweak those things, but probably I need to tweak them. But probably here we would like to make another variation of that, right, and duplicate everything to have some other attempt. So I've just made here this one switch, but we could do way more things. So here apparently we also need to get what is this color ramp here? This is a mist pass. Oh yes, this is an extra mist pass. Hold on, let's change here some stuff. So I have, let's take this off. It's too dark here, don't know what's going on. But anyways, we are going to... What's happening here? Glare. And then we got this. Oh, alright, so this is pretty simple. I'm not... This is like... Okay, we're getting bug. Let's hold on. This is not mixing. This is why I was looking at it strangely. But this is like I'm just getting the mist pass to combine with everything else. I don't know if this mist pass should be at the end, but because it was the last thing that I tried to implement special effect, let's say like that, then this is why it is at the very end. So we'll have to re-render here. Okay, it's taking a while to... Let's just try again. Okay, I don't know what's happening here. Maybe it's just loading the scene yet. So if I get the switch, this means that this goes directly here. If I, oh yeah, this is same. They are mixing. It's a soft light. Okay, so this is just like this. I was just confused here, but it is mixing. Is that this thing is badly located? Let's place it here, so it's clear that they're level, right? So they are mixing here, and here just have a switch that is about like just ignore the mist pass. Go straight, right? So all right. Now let's finally it's rendered. Let's make sure that okay, so I have this transparency, this yeah, okay, and we're getting, so in this way you see we can use environment pass, and this environment pass actually curiously the view layers tab here for the it exists for each layer. It's different. So probably I could make this more adequate if I So you see, I'm not even using this background layer for this now, because I already found this way to isolate the okay, I don't know why it's appearing like that, but anyways, let's trust it is working as before. So the ambient occlusion, environment, so we're already having the isolation from here. The only reason I'm not gonna delete this background view layer and the grease pens is that because we can still, maybe they are still useful for certain things, but this is a mess right now. And it doesn't matter, right? Because they do not correspond, view layers, to additional objects, right? It's just different laying out of those contents, right? There you see some glitch on the asteroid, so this shouldn't be occurring here. Let's see the camera. Or do they show with the camera or without the camera? So there's something about clipping when we have this. So a lot more artifacts if we use, yeah, it's something about the shadow and cavity, but curiously they work with Studio Matcap, but they do not work with they actually work with flat. But see that flat seems to improve a little, right? One of they are aren't that no, these are not shadows of the, oh yeah, they are shadows. Okay, so all right, so the glitch mostly I slightly see, no, just when I move the camera, but when I stop, yeah, I see some ghost strands there. So it's glitched, it's bugged, the Blender don't know how to fix it. It has to do, however, with clip start apparently. Let's make it, I don't remember if it's the camera or, so if we change this clip start, that clip end, right, clip end, it's like, okay, so anyways, let's reset here. So it's about the one of the camera apparently. If I don't look from the camera, also it's very bad as we can see, but clip start can, yeah, you see, here we go. And so this from the camera we can get some improvements if we augment this, but then this is horrible for navigation, isn't it? Flat is already better with them anyways. So the other, but if we are in the camera, of course, then we need to, the values which count would be these ones on the camera properties. Then we have the, no, not here, here. Then we have to handle this. So this could, yeah, so if you have this, then again the same problem. So now it's clearer to me, right? And this is bad for a lot of reasons, right? .5 meters, so this is a lot, right? in terms of I don't know about animations, right? But yeah, this so you could trick the thing, like if we need to. I see some of the glitches from this clip start, so yeah, we need like almost 1 meter to solve this entirely, the glitch. So this is why if we use flat, this we get somewhat rid of them spontaneously, right? Interesting. No, flat on the camera is actually worse. I sort of see them, but it's very, very subtle. If we augment the clip start here 0.1 just as the camera, this is a major improvement, right? But then okay, this is not, it's not a terrible clipping thing, right? We can stand this. So at least my flat now is safe for this. If I were to use I was using, unfortunately I had to cut. So we know that we need about 1 meter for clipping for both. So if we are to use, if I really want to improve my my effects there with Workbench, it's a shame. So maybe I would need to just have those scenes that are rendered from a certain distance, and when I need to do make a close-up on that, or the camera motion that will pass through objects very close, then in those cases we change temporarily for that scene, that shot, or that sequence. Then we use the flat. So that could be a workaround. I see how that could work. Okay, so folks, let's just end here the what is the star here. Also, let me make these annotations here for yeah, so this is very important. So actually there's more notes here. So flat requires 0.1 for perfect viewport and camera. For perfect anti-glitch. While the matte cap, what's the name? Matte cap studio matte cap requires about nearly 1 meters. Yeah, what it actually requires, this is called start clip start, right? Clip start, yeah. Viewport and camera. Yeah, viewport or camera, doesn't matter. It depends on which view we are using. So technique, special solution, just can use flat, can swap rendering to workbench flat just for render for scenes requiring requiring close-ups, or camera motion getting through or flyby, yeah. Because of can swap rendering to flat just for would occur, this wait, in the case of studio that's it. Alright. Now let's go for the some building here. Alright, rigging, right? So these props, just this. So today we're gonna address this later. And struggling with all those things. I just don't remember what I was. I was exposing the compositing setup, right? And how we can simplify this. So totally simplified, isolated the background, and then in the end we can get, despite we see this weird stuff here, we're gonna keep this, it doesn't matter. We are getting now, it's not the space that I wanted, right? But because I cannot bring the world now, right? But this is okay. This particular, in case you're curious, this particular deep dark space with stars, 2K, blah 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 blah, this Studio Light HDRI I've got from this add-on. It's for free, that one that I've got, very good, the best thing I found in this Blender kit, right? Blender kit online. So I just got this, and there is, you look for it has those HDRI, and some are free, and so there's some of the spaces that interested. Currently it's not because it brings some annoying things in front, so I don't like it. It seems to be heavy and it needs connection and all that. So it's a great idea, I think. I tried to use it for a previous scene, but the assets, I need some practice with that thing, because start to import everything, and some things are huge with lots of crazy features that you don't know nothing about. So I prefer, in many cases, to work from scratch. So there are some things that I might require sometimes to turn this here and then turn this off just temporarily, so that we can see in real time. Like, imagine if we have some motion of the background. That's actually something we can try right now, actually. The problem is that I need to remember the setup, right? This will well, at some point I'll get used to this, so it will become second nature. So it's bad to be switching like that, but it's feasible, right? It won't damage. I just remember now the new setup. So I want to change this background into some sort of animation, and I think this can be done by just creating some motion to the world shader. Yeah, this is the world shader. It doesn't have the, yeah, so it has the web. This no, it's not a web, it's just some nebula crazy stuff, but not galaxy clusters, so more like nebulas, and a bit far, this one a bit far from cosmic web. But the cosmic web, I had another alternative one which cut them, and this was cool. I need to bring that back. But right now what I'm gonna do is to try to do some transformations here in this background. I don't remember having achieved it before, so I have the background, right? I need to make something rotate, right? So I need first to break this link. I wouldn't need to do in this scene, right? But let's try to converter, vector, mapping, right? This probably will not work, right? We can't get this thing here. I would like to pick everything, right? Okay, let's try something like this. I connect. Oh, it's a background, it's not a shader. Well, background is but it receives color. This is weird. Okay, but let's just pick the stars then. The stars are there, so maybe I can... Okay, these are one groups of stars, the ones that are not super interesting, but okay, we have these mappers here. You can probably... Okay, this is... Oh, the stars are here. Alright, alright. This was... Okay, so we need to... They are not mapped. What is... Okay, they are here. So I have two groups of stars, probably will move them together. So nothing has changed, right? Because I can just look at them from here, right? Can I just isolate the background? Yeah, we can just go in the background view layer. Stuff are hold out here, if I'm not wrong. No, it's just a stone in front of me. It's a it's the asteroid, right? Okay, so here we see these stars, and we can try to change these locations. So would that be... hard to see what okay, so I think we can just use the location. Let's try the, so add driver, not just backslash to add driver, right? But we're gonna actually want to write actually the frame. Yeah, just the frame, but frame divided by 50. This should be super slow motion. Doesn't seem to be going very slow. This seems to be very weird. Apparently this doesn't know how to work like that. Yeah, maybe this is okay. Let's delete drivers. Maybe it's not here. Let's try. Maybe rotation is safe. Also, I need to make sure that I have enough playback frames here. It's too short. Let's go to this. Okay, so let's try the maybe it's hard to see what is what. I'm even holding shift, right? So let's try it will be easier with the other the stars which are bigger. I don't want to mess with anything here right yet, so let's try the z-axis rotation. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it will be so because of the radius. Okay, so frame frame times 20. Let's try this. No, it's too much. So frame radians it's not like that. Now maybe that works. Not helping. Divided by 100, no. No, they are. Okay, let's try then delete again. Let's try with the other one. I have this Voronoi. Yeah, I have these stars here. Might be easier to spot, right? Okay, this rotation, so Y and Z. Yeah, the Z. Okay, so it should be simpler. So why it's so hard? So let's get here maybe it's just that the rendering is not helping to see what's going on. So let's add a frame. Okay, this creates some very bad stuff. This is okay, but negative 200, negative 1000. Okay, this is more likely, but 10,000. Okay, that could work, but 5,000 then. Alright, this is nice. So you can create a parallax with these things actually. That will be very cool. So you can, for example, pick this and like going for what is this one? Okay, this one are those stars. So this, for this we can just paste. No, actually it's copy as never copy driver, paste driver. And so here we're getting this strange effect, but we'll need to render something to be able to see. Yeah, I suspect the mapping is the same, it's just the generated point. Yeah, it's the same stuff. Voronoi. Ah, these are not Voronoi, they are noise textures. They seem to be moving though. Okay, they are moving. It's just that the effect actually this normalizes. Yeah, they start to blink too much, right? But we see the motion, so it's not, it is working, so it's not because of noise texture. So we need here, let's say 7,000. Let's do 6,000 here, and for this one we're gonna make 3,000. And then is there any other thing? Let's see. What is this being mixed? Yes, this is okay. We have these ones, base driver, and what is this one? Voronoi. Oh, these are the. No, I don't know what this is. Okay, this is a Voronoi like this. Ah, this is the cosmic web, which is being disrupted in the it's being destroyed because of this color ramp. Alright, let's try this, then Okay, so I'm not, anyways, I'm not saving this as the original. This is just a manipulation. It was not the original effect that I wanted. Yeah, anyways, I have the driver to help with that, so we don't yeah, this is not I don't know how I did this work. It's something about the compositing, I think. So, or was maybe these are just extra stars there. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave it at 0 here so they don't interfere. So here we got this stuff. So this probably we need to, yeah, it's already moving, right? But we can change this to 6 maybe, and then we have, or even 9, very much far away, and then we have this one, which are, yeah, the other stuff. Okay, so gonna combine everything. Let's return to where the camera is. I need to go back to the main, otherwise I don't see the place. Let's try to render whichever, a small, very small thing here. I'm gonna save because that change that I've made to that material, I just broke the link, so I can just relink anytime and remake from scratch the variation. I haven't destroyed the original source. This is not what I want. I need to Control F2. Hold on, this will take a little while, so I'll be back in a moment. Let's get the, I'll leave it rendering, but be right back. Where is it? Here? Yeah. Alright, so we are frame 9, there's, I think it's halfway, because, no, yeah, there's 15, just a few more. Frame 14, I think there's 15 and that's it. That should be the last one. Alright, that should be it. Control F1, let's check. F11. Oh yes. So there is, you see, I think you can possibly we can see the very subtle parallax effect on no, of course not the planet here, this is obvious, but some stars may be delayed. Like I think this shape here, it might be very subtle. I'm not sure about the big and small stars, if these shiniest ones are big ones. So I need to revise the thing. But what's going here is crazy, right? You have those they're ravaging asteroids. All right, so let's come here and let's try to. Okay, so we were able to get these drivers to work. So just to make sure I don't lose this, I'm gonna make this into a, yeah, I'm gonna fake use this. This is good, so it's very simple. It's just mapping vector node in the shader editor for world. Just bring this, rotate the z-axis, for example, drive it in the formula. No need radians here. It was just an illusion about the. Oh, but there's the thing about the normalize, wasn't that? No, it was just the illusion because of the compositing. But the stars are really moving, and we can see them moving. We have to preview that because of many things. It takes a little while, so it gets glitched. Glitched? No, it's just they don't seem. They seem to be moving crazily, but they are actually rotating correctly. I needed to render it to be sure of that. Alright folks, so here what I would need to, what are these reflections here? Okay, this is just a detail. Let's go for, also I would need a pause in a moment for breakfast, something like that. And we made some important conclusions here. Lucas Smith, welcome bro, welcome back. Found your comments on Blender art is natural and shape keep posing, and the concept was good to play around with, though haven't used it in a real character yet because I'm retopolering. Yes, making characters, entire characters, to get in the flow of yeah, it can take time, right? It can take time, right? And it's good to be trying to make a full project, character project, right? If you're interested, like try to complete many one project, many of one project, right? Many times, many characters, and then start to understand how the 3D stuff works. So, which was, just curious, what shape key was that? Yeah, I've participated in My most famous post in Blender Artist Forum was, doesn't need to be famous, just mentioned because I was surprised. It was one of the very early findings. It was on shape keys. I did on 2022, I think. I was early 2022, so about 3 years ago. It was shape keys for the eyelids trick that if the mesh is shrink wrapped with, for example, a shrink wrap modifier. Now we know it could be shrink wrap bone constraint too for the deformed bones. But if the mesh is shrink wrapped to an eye surface which is curved, then the shape key, despite we can shape the mesh to the morph, to the shape key, the blend shape, in spite of that the mesh will still shrink wrap, so we can sort of place the mesh anywhere. It will still follow the curvature. It will be just a matter of placing that mesh in a more or less adequate positioning, those vertices. And that post, even though I had few answers, and I've checked some statistics of it, it just turns out that post, that thread had lots of it was famous in the community, like a top views of the, and it's strangely there's no tutorial on that. It's just that solution, and it works, and it is exportable even if we use the conversion of shrink wrap modifier to shrink wrap bone constraints. That is with the technique, traditional technique of a legion of deformed bones, like you say. Well, maybe you don't see, but yeah. So if you maybe it was that shape key, that post that you found. Not sure. But anyways, folks. So now, yes, rigging. Let's go back to her. So for this case, I'm gonna be addressing the edit linked library, and we're gonna swap files. And so my plan here will be the following, folks. I'm gonna start doing some rigging here on her, improving some fundamental things. Then I'm gonna make a break. I'm gonna do a break, and then I'll be back, and we're going to do more of this. Okay, so Dorothy is these characters for he's wearing a sci-fi-ish costume, which is the one equivalent to the space agent. The grease pencil, this is not grease pencil line art, this is for model sheet. Gonna change this to avoid confusions here. Yeah, I'll leave this color, whatever. So it's not a problem of model sheet right now. This widget is for later. It's just annoying to see this here. So we're going to look for the, yeah, there are plenty of things. Scary list. Okay, but I know what is fundamental here. It is re-rigging the eyes. So the eyes here, the problem is that I've made the eyelid. The problem is not so much with the orbicularis oculi. This is muscles. These are following the model sheet, right? The shape of the character design. So this is not the problem. The problem is the rest position of the eyelashes, because this character design, we have this corner here. This makes spontaneous rigging of the closing eyelids very, very harsh. very tough to do. So to solve this, there are many ways, but my idea, we're gonna have notes here everywhere. Okay, there's also the mount rigging, but I'm jumping directly here because last time I did mount rigging, I've had major improvements on the also in rest position, and that suddenly fixed many problems that I was having. So something that was barely working started to work. Okay, so right now the state of the lips, the eyelids, it's very sad. Even if we get here so okay, this is not so terrible, but you see there's lacking more automation on the eyelashes, and then the deforms here are not working very well. I just cannot control very well the automation of this, and this is happening because of it's not just wave paint, of course, it's because of the very inadequate positioning of the rest position of the eyelids mesh. It will make this structure here always sustain this angle, this sharp angle, and it is very difficult to bend it in the opposite way, even though I have actually bendy bones here. So yes, the bendy bones we can... I might need more mesh geometry, right? So you see, it's too much bending of the deformed bones, and this, despite this eyelids mesh is shrink wrap, this is actually a very stupid idea that I had to try this. Maybe something about the character design that it's not the first time that I do this rig on characters in this style, so this character is one that has certainly the most exaggerated shapes here, right? And I just don't remember what is the trick that I found. It's a long time ago, the first time I've rigged her. So what I'm going to do now is I'm gonna remake this thing. So let's just read something here and see if I'm forgetting anything relevant. So materials: Dorothy, lipstick, nails, integrate, tongue, arcades. Yeah, there's a question about materials, shaders, mask for eyelash makeup. Yeah, this is a good thing. I know how to do this now thanks to a tutorial. Then actually there is something here which is the merge. No, would I like to do this? Yes, there's the texture map. Is the merge texture? Yeah, it's the color map right now. It's the texture, image texture. So this I might need to use another software. Nails and lips, I think, and skin. Yeah, that for the UV map. Yeah, that. And adapt materials and decide material. So maybe I can make the glossy of nails and lips, it's a reddish color, to include it in the already super complicated skin material, or leave the material separated but still use the same image texture. Yeah, that's, there are two options, so just to this side, possibly, yeah. So yeah, one make one single material, or keep two materials but use same image texture. Yeah, UV map, that's it. So this is just for revision. Hair, accessory metal, pattern tissue. Oh, I have the eye sclera. I need to revise indeed. So now let's not change the orders. Patterns, tissue, we did that. Ornament, metal. Yeah, we did all that. Even the hair, I guess. Yeah, we did. So suit 1, suit 2, we did, and this we didn't do. Alright. Okay, so materials is very small. Let's continue here. Revise complete all facial latest. Okay, this is big. Upper face. Let's actually, this is here. Eyelids improvement. So sorry folks, this is a big revision here. So for just to start to see if I, so this lower face is for the universal sonic mount integration that I'm doing here. Okay, arcade setup. This will be nice to check. I need to create to solve some stuff there that annoy me. Tongue is, there's a little tricks here I want to improve, but it's complicated. I'm trying to perfect the rigs, right? Mount rig integration. Oh yeah, this will be the end. And body rig. Yeah, the body rig. Okay. And space agent. We did this one. Fix all current customs. Yeah, this rig all customs. No. Well. Cloth mesh object mesh. Why? Oh, materials. Okay, we did this. Make costume materials grid. Yeah, we did. Recover 2 patterns. Yes, but there is one pattern that still needs fixing, or some other way to improve. But that gonna ignore. Its work is the one that I'm using in the tapestry of the other scene, the carpets, the red one with glowing gold color. Okay, then model sheet. Oh, there's something about high heel, right? I almost forgot. So high heel stance setup, though this is I'm not sure exactly how to approach this. Probably a driver. The old technique, this is complicated. There are many ways. Some would do this with shape keys, some will just model the character directly in the high heel stance setup, but I not my case. I want to do a different setup. I don't like this other approach for this what I'm trying to do, so I want to do the anatomically correct, let's say like that. So I want the driver solution that we start, that the boots will be distorted from the rest position. So it's the method of boots. Yeah, high heel boots, not so much high heel, but okay, high heel boots distorted on rest position. With driver, yeah, with custom property, right, for changing stances. 0 is yeah, starts 1, high heel stance, switch 0, it's flat feet stance. Yeah, so this is the way to do. So the beginning, when we pose the character, she's already starts immediately switch to high heel stance. The interesting thing of this technique is, I don't have it here, this is I did some time ago, is that when the only thing that the high heel stance does, it doesn't make the character higher necessarily. She just needs, her foot just gets upper. Right now her foot is flat, and these boots are modeled according to the, yeah, so you see, so the feet mesh are not matching the boots mesh. So this will be solved by making the knowing which is the pose that will affect, that will deform the boots. And so this pose will then we're gonna apply the boots will start in a deformed pose basically. So we'll need to change the rest position. So this approach is bizarre, but it works unless the boots are very difficult to model or to develop. Then this can be dangerous to the mesh of the boots. If you want some very precision also on the, I don't know, if you want it totally flat to the ground, that could be tricky in this approach, because we anyways. And then I don't want the character to necessarily change her height, so what will happen is that the rest pose will end up just she just has this bent knees, which can be a bit strange. So we can expand this driver to allow maybe to move the spine. We could also, I never did that, I don't think this is necessary, but actually it could be, because the idea of high heel stance is that also the character gets a bit higher, but with a pose that is not very good for health of the spine and stuff, right? So it's not very good. Consider the extra yeah, and for rigging the model, the character, we just took switch to 0, because then this is just about the pose position, right? This driver, it's not about the rest position. So when we are rigging, we want the body, right? Even the clothes, everything, we want this rest position, the base one of the character, of the feet, flat foot, flat stance, right? Consider, so this driver can include the heightening of the torso. Torso heightening, whatever. Heightening, yeah. If that's leverage, yeah, torso leverage. All together. It could be an extra switch on top of this one, so it could have like 1, 2, 3. Or as igual, maybe even that, right? Alright, so this is very important. Alright, now let's get... Oh, we did this. Skin, eyelids... Eyelids, borders, tongue. Yeah, partially. We still need to... Yeah, this is part of the sclera. We need to check that. Wait, what is this? The eyebrows, why 2 eyebrows? Yeah, here for revision, but principally I don't want these materials on the... They don't even have a image texture, they are full procedural. Okay, for now. Alright, let's go back to the upper face. So you see a lot of stuff, but it's all feasible, it's just it's annoying. Most things I already know the solution. It's just courage to fight off all these challenges and not go crazy. Revise complete. Okay. Eyes rig improvement. So full eye, left, right, cartoon controller. What is this? Oh yes, no, it's not gonna do this right now. Eyelids twitching setup. Oh yeah, this is the traditional technique that I never understood if this is good for my characters. Usually it's good, but there are many ways to do it. I never feel comfortable doing this because it deals with moving the... Yeah, it's weird, especially because I use shrink wrap modifier for the eyelids. Control eye, correct follow up to eye strike. Oh yeah, there's something weird about this. Then regular bones rotor to the first setup Burton. There are some questions here. Hard to read this one. I wrote it myself. Crazy idea of circular. No. This is totally nuts experiment. I was inspired by a facial rig tutorial with geometry nodes. The idea here would be that, okay, this eye is very complicated to deform. No, it's not actually so complicated to deform. The shape of the eye hole doesn't change too much. My problem with the eyelids deforms actually. The opening and closing. So this is what needs mostly the adjustments here. This idea, however, is a bit crazy. It's like, what if I do the rest position? What if we do like a circular eye hole, so very smooth to deform for the skinning method, skinning algorithm, but then we obtain these shapes, the character design shapes, through shape key, a constant shape key. So that will make very good rig, except for the extra complications. You have to be very careful to always compare between the basis shape key and the character design shape key for the eye hole. It's like they're so easy to cause a lot of issues. So no thanks, I don't want these super complications for me, but technically it will be very, very good for but this is not a rig that, even this shape here, we can totally deform this eye hole very well already. So it's not, also because it's not like the shape needs to become a circle. No, there's not this kind of character. The character will maintain more or less this structure even when she has some orbicularis oculi radical change, right? We can do some expresso. It's good that these shapes are retained, so they deform well enough without this needing to be more rounded as a rest position. In the worst case scenario, of course, you can also use shape keys, corrective shape keys for with certain issues, but yeah, we could use. Alright, so eyelids, finally. Eyelids rest position revise, yes. What about, so this was my idea here. 85% open, especially in the angular corners. What does that mean? Well, I want a shape that is more or horizontalized. That's what it means. It will be easier to close the eyelids, right? Then this will solve this angular here and here, which cause a lot of problem for the bones, the deformed bones. Even though they are bendy bones, yeah, this also is a huge problem. Fake response for the normal open eyes expression, yeah, totally. Or I could use my old trick, reposition the eyelids in a less angular way. So this is just the conclusion here. In a less angular way at the corners of the eye holes. Horizontalize the eyelids meshes. Yeah. In relation to the eye hole character design, because the eyelids need to open close more vertically, and that not that much. Okay, so we shape key for closed eyes, eyelids, two or just the eyelash, or just try to. This is what I'm going to do here, right? Or just the eyelash. So the eyelash I have, yeah, this to check, or just try helper bones for. So I have this follower eyelash follower bone. Okay, we're gonna see if we need this helper. Integrate eye setup, check for example automation. Oh yes, okay. Then wiggle eyelashes. Okay, so eyelash automation. So why the thing is very disorganized. Alright, we are ready to face this. Let's also save backup just to make sure. Save copy, go to the whip, external, save so Dorothy 05. Alright, so this can be very, very frustrating because, yeah, it's painful, but we're gonna do it. So basically, folks, I'm going to change the rest position of both the eyelids and the eyelashes, top and bottom, right? It's mirrored, so at least not a problem here. So you have to adjust all of this mesh. I'm not gonna touch the surrounding mesh though. So this is good. So we need to make an isolation here, and already this will be help a lot if we just hide this. Okay, I don't have seams now, so it's annoying. We're gonna, yeah, okay. So these are the faces apparently. Shift H. So this is the mesh, the meshes which I need to reposition, and I would probably require the character design here to help. For now I'm gonna also hide this. We're gonna start by adjusting this one. So the idea is 80%, 85% closed, opened, right? So I'm gonna snap this to okay, we need to lock this stuff. We don't need the armature showing right now. we'll have to reposition the bones, which is annoying. We need to mask the eyelashes, but we can use proportional posing. Yes, this will help, but we're gonna, for that we'll have to hide this other line of vertices, since I don't want to be changing the position of the eye hole, the lid creases positions. I don't want to be messing them up, so we're gonna snap. I'm not sure these work well together, snap and so this is not what I need to snap actually. Okay, so you see what this vertex is doing. So this is what the wave paint should be doing. So I'm gonna, yes, so the idea here is try to push this into a somewhat the so-called verticalized position. We can also hide this stuff. We don't want any accidental interference here. Okay, this seems good enough. We could make a subdivision here, right? So, and stop the suffering. Alright, so we want to sort of horizontalize these shapes. So this is about 85%, right? Here maybe I'm making some changes. Although we'd need to bring this down a little more. Yeah, so maybe this also. We want to verticalize, horizontalize, sorry, this. So here I need to be careful not to snap this to the eyelash mesh. This you can still manage here. It was wrongly snapped, so I'll fix the other things later. It's okay to have some diagonal here. It will just deform better. It really looks like I need an extra subdivision here, folks. So we're gonna do this. Oops. Okay. Let's make sure we are in the proper bases. The others shape key. I don't know what's this, so I'm gonna just bevel this instead. Ah, it's snapping. Okay, so still bevel this, and something weird happens to the. Oh, I need to. Okay, so we can ignore. So the eyelash doesn't come here, which is appropriate. We'll simplify our development here. These ones haven't found themselves the proper crease. 0.3 by default. Okay, so with this mesh here, we can also here 0.3. We're gonna move this. I'll redistribute this mesh a little better just because we can. We can make further adjustments later. And this one we can also take advantage of it and maybe push them a little more towards the top. And here we can here we got a very messed up mesh. This will gonna snap, so what's happening here? Yeah, this all this thing here is badly placed here, so we don't need to be changing this right now, but okay, they are in the way, right? This is the eyelids border in this rig setup. Eyelids rig, eyelids, eyelashes, eye holes rig setup. Basically what's happening is that this mesh is its only purpose is to show as a wall. It's one of those wrong meshes topologies, like it's the non-manifold thing, right? But it works, right? What can cause real serious trouble here is solidify modifier. This will wreak havoc this setup. Originally I was trying, but there are so many problems, crazy problems related to it that then I found this way to an alternative with there are certainly other ways, but for me this was the best alternative, because this non-manifold incredibly doesn't cause too much issues. You see, this is not a problem. You see, everything here is working well. Sometimes there are some issues, but in the corners, but if we get good geometry, they just do not occur. If we want, of course, very realistic stuff, then probably this is not good. Like, because we might have some limitations on regarding details. I never tried, but you see, we can get very accurate results here. Okay, so this was for the top. But also I will do the same for the bottom, so I'll have to keep doing some, I need to keep isolating this. So I'm gonna do this, this one. So this topology, mesh topology, is very regular, it's very organized, so this face rings are really adequate for this purpose. I've tried other topologies, so this is the classical thing, right? It just works. Here we're gonna go back snapping. We need to be careful not to snap these too far, so they could go like, no, not, this is safe, but they could go a bit crazy. So let's resnap this. I'm not sure, they're snapping strange, so let's do one by one. These ones we don't want to be looking at right now, so just snapping this should be fine. You see the horizontalization seems correct. We try to make a fair distribution. So you don't want this here, just want to keep slightly horizontalizable. Even could try this here, The eyelash pose rest position will need to be adapted to this new rest position. Alright, and actually here we could do this. Alright, I think this will work quite well, because other characters, they didn't have this. You see the difference, right? I had an angle like this before, now I have an angle that is like this will make a lot of difference, but I still would like to have something here because we need to make this shape good. Okay, now I'm gonna temporarily hide the meshes of the eyelashes because I need to fix this mesh here. So I'm gonna snap everything here, and this we're gonna do here. So this is the spacing that might have to do something else here, I'm not certain. But okay, we are getting this solved. And here we want a collapsing geometry gradually. So this is very tough to do spontaneously with wave paint. Well, actually, wave paint does this spontaneously, but it's much easier to spread the mesh than collapse the mesh in a organized way. So this is why I have a tendency to prefer to have it the eyelashes wide open, because then the rest position of the eyelids, this is what I'm working on. These meshes are eyelids. So if they start collapse by a lot, right? It's like, okay, the rest position is totally collapsed basically, so it's already spontaneous. You don't need to collapse them, they already collapsed from the rest position. Perfect skinning, right? It's what you sculpt, what you model is there. But when we start to push the bones apart and spread the lids, then the eyelids, then the wave paint, you just have to make a good gradation. Might zoom a lot to make this proper, or use some techniques that will make the proper gradations. Then these vertices, these edge loops, they would differentiate themselves gradually and perfectly in a very synchronized way, and then you can start spreading just as proportional posing here, right? So you have some good effect like that, and from the skinning for posing, right? But if the so I'm never sure if this is, yeah, so this doesn't, proportional editing doesn't work with snapping, like it ignores, so you need to be careful about that. We want these verts in this rig, we want these verts to be snapping. So in principle this will be very collapsed, this will be almost collapsed, and this will be quite far away, so you have this gap of larger distance, right? So we'll make sure that this thing can be push this a lot, and this there will still be space for this one to, so just as trying to be safe here. It's okay if they overlap, but the idea is they do not overlap. This is why collapsing is so difficult. And sometimes we might want to use there would be a technique I never used, but I think it will totally work. It's the same problem actually of the purse lips if we try to do it with corrective helper bones, corrective armature deform method. It's super complicated because in this case it would be easier, not a mouth, but you have to have a mini deform bones which will sort of automate this collapsing. So you need a structure of bones that will make the follow-up of the mesh. So the mesh will follow the deformed bones, the helper bones, instead of the control bones or whatever. So they will be organizing this synchronized collapsing in a more controllable way, which if we do through skinning, we might not get it good results spontaneously, or in all cases, things can go wrong, right? So this is where they can come in handy. So this area here doesn't need a lot of collapsing because nothing happens here. It's just they collapse more vertically, right? Okay, so here we are already reaching the part where I will need to do this. So it's more serious on the top, right? Here is not so serious, so, but we still would like to have some horizontalization of these lids, so of the bottom eyelid. So I'm just gonna try to get a good shape here, and it's okay if it doesn't match a good expression, because what we're trying to do here is improving the skinning results. That sounds very solid to me. So the rest position will be disrupted, right? I mean, the rest pose will spontaneously be weird, right? If we not weird, but not natural, right? As the character design will ask. But this is not a problem, because we can create a bone setup that can immediately fix this. It's the warp map setup. It's not necessary, because we can also achieve this with just a pose asset, right? A fake rest pose. I've made a highlight recently about that. So the fake rest pose can be achieved. We can achieve, it's just a pose asset basically. And so the problem is that you have to click it, while the rest pose, the true rest pose, not a fake rest pose, it's spontaneous, right? Is what you get from resetting all the bones, all the drivers, or maybe not the drivers, but at least the bones, the switch, right? Maybe not the switch, but the bones rest pose. Okay, so this seems to be. So I'm more inclined for this setup, because it's not the mount rig, to use the rest, the def warp control map setup, or in this case tweak. Why? Because, well, I don't have here the limitations of the mount rig, so I probably can do this with the eyelids. I probably did this experiment with eyelids, but because my rig often worked in the end, I didn't need this particular thing, and it might have some drawbacks. It always has drawbacks, but one, as every technique method, right? There's no perfect thing. It's okay. This will gonna approximate here. We are gonna, this we're gonna also, these are almost good right now. We're gonna make some slight adjustments here. I was doing all wrong, because this is turned on. I was pressing shift, holding shift all the time. We will select everything, and now it doesn't work. Are they snapping? No, they probably are. So this is not okay. I'll have to do one by one just to make sure. It's not absolutely fundamental, but I want the rig to be accurate. So the eyeball, it's not an eyeball, the eye surface is a static mesh. It doesn't. There are some tricks we can make it deform, but like it's okay. This it won't deform in the rest position. I mean, so this is safe because it's the sclera, the eye surface is already defined. These changes that I'm making here are very, very stable. Unless I mess this up with some, you know, proportional editing and stuff like that, right? So this is annoying, but it is. I was having better results with the. Yeah, this is very bad. Individual origins. No. Medium point. No. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on. Blender was better at this before for my file, so now I'm just having very weird behavior here. Maybe it's some options. Oh, maybe it's this thing. Let's try the face project here. Okay, so maybe the face project is the good one for this, because exactly, because it's more dynamic. It already, although I was including those things. Face project, oh yeah, because it projects, of course, that's why. So this is the way to face project. Yeah, I knew something was wrong, but I wasn't being attention enough. So now we can try to fix this mesh here. We're gonna again hide this face loop here. We're gonna now no snapping. We can maybe GG this, try to now it's just smoothing. We can smooth this a lot. GG, I never used GG for this. This seems to be very accurate. So this, we just want to place it exactly somewhere in the middle. Distribute this in some okay way. So GGC, so we're gonna bring them there. Okay, this sounds. Then SX, SZ, we don't want them to be dipping so much, right? Actually, the opposite. We want them to be dipping more. And then smooth, and this seems to be oops, sorry folks. Alright, so this chat is in the front, so sorry folks. Let's go here and return. Now, okay, by the way, the how does this work, right? So we get a couple of, I have a long tutorial, old tutorial about that, but I'll actually have a file in my Gumroad where this setup, or maybe not exactly this, I have many variations of this setup, some with shrink wrap bond constraints, some with shrink wrap modifiers. This I'm using the shrink wrap modifier because it's more, it's like more easy going, while the shrink wrap bond constraint you need to create the extra deformed bonds. It's more annoying to make, but it's more versatile with the shrink wrap modifier. So what matters here is this one. So this one is the responsible to shrink wrap the already snapped mesh, eyelids mesh, right? But shrink wrap the eyelids to outside surface. So there's a certain distance here we can change, right? So you see, outside surface, and there is a vertex group. Of course, we need to target a vertex group that will be let's see, that vertex group is the one that, so it's shrink wrap, eyelids. So this shrink wrap, there's not even variations here on the waves, right? So it's just 0 and 1, and so all the eyelids mesh, they get shrink wrapped. I could probably improve this. No, this mesh is too far, right? Could be useful for this one, but outside surface. Yeah, the problem is that this will snap this. It's dangerous. It's dangerous for all the others. But in principle, this mesh will never go inside the. Right, so this is fine. Okay, and so this will do this, and then we need sometimes to be cautious about. So there's also the eyelids borders inside. So this is the one for this, just this edge loop here. These vertices, they are just extruded from this, so they carry the same waves as these vertices, and in this way they will follow up when we deform the eyelids. Like they will, if the eyelids open, then this will move all together, right? If the top eyelid moves up, this moves up, and so this moves up following. So this is but it has, just in case, it has inch shrink wrap inside. Oh yeah, the target is the eye surface, of course. So this sclera, right? So that mesh object is separate. So this will shrink wrap. Yeah, it's okay. It's shrink wrapping like on this distance there. I just made it gigantic there, just to look at it better, but it doesn't need to be at this distance. So we can have this like I don't know what distance is, so let's just do this. No, actually they are, oh yeah, they are going far away. So just to prevent them in some pose, I don't know why, accidentally they would cross the eye. No, so stay behind the eye hole, right? So this is, which is has this shape, so it's very curved there, and to prevent some clipping. And this character design is very hard to do this part here close to the tempora, but it's very hard to find the correct curvature and have this mesh not intersect trees. There are a lot of problems that can derive from this shape here. But anyways, then for the this is the subdivision surface modifier, right? This is without. So then the eyelids border, I place it first because inside, right, it's like shrink wrap eye holes. This is a different thing. Oh, this is the protector. Yeah, good. So basically, this is the this is outside, so it's just like it's the same distance there, you see. It's just not of this. Okay, let's move this like this, so now they match. Okay, this is for the eye holes, is for the mesh, this mesh outside. So its wave paint of this vertex group would be like that. So it means that this is not eye hole anymore, this is eyelid already. So this is why they are different. So this is to prevent that, just in case this mesh happens to be too close to the eye surface, so it will not clip. So it will, but so this is just a protection, right? The other loop is already too far away, so I'm not considering it, but maybe we could do an extension, right? We could extend this, yeah, we could extend, like, why not, right? We could make I think this is locked. Yeah, it's locked, so we could have probably this. What is this value that I've gave here? So I could have like 0.5 just to maintain this accurate. Let's make let's make this easier. So let's select this face loop, then Shift H, then we go on wave paint mode, so I can wait, I don't remember this. Oh yes, okay, so this will be shrink wrapped with less intensity. I don't remember why I did this. Oh yes, 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 of course. It's difficult, it's a bit abstraction needed, but of course this one will be repulsed with more strength than these ones. So basically I need to wave paint all this very, very strongly. So it's the sort of a inverse logic, right? We want to repulse the further away is the mesh, we want it to be even more repulsed. So in this case, the problem is that then this one won't be repulsed with the same intensity from the eyelids, right? So then it's why, yeah, this could be dangerous. This is not right. Because this would need to be repulsed the same amount as the eyelids. Alright, so they would all be repulsed with the same value. The problem is that these ones need to be repulsed even more, but then I don't have a shrink wrap for. I just have a one value there. I have to make a layered thing. Or yeah. So there, this is tricky. But definitely. So what if we add up 2 shrink wrappings, right? I don't know, but this would work anyways, but it's probably not very, it's not accurate. Alright, so now we need to go back here. We need to fix the eyelashes, but not yet. I'm gonna fix now this now I'm gonna fix these meshes here, which have problems because Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. So basically, I don't want to change the... Let's mask the... Let's mask the eyelashes here. So I want to have here a... Yeah, I don't want to touch this the positions of the outer eyelids, but maybe I need also to readjust some of this. No, we can do that later. So I want to fix this test, but I need to be careful about... Yeah, we can just align this. So here we're gonna, without proportional editing, we're gonna use the face project, and we're gonna just try to match. Yeah, so remember, this is closer to collapse. So I need to make these refinements here. So this will be very close to collapse, this less closer to collapse. So just reorganizing, repositioning this mesh, and after I complete this, so I don't need to pose these ones because this were hidden, so they are safe already. So here we're just gonna get these things in a better alignment. So I'm using this as the reference for the positioning, one of the extreme, right? One of the main reference, because yeah, it's the main reference because I'm not changing it. So we're gonna make this diagonal here, or this orientation for this. This we can also make this sort of... So we're gonna make them very close. And here we can do this, right? Here we see we can probably reposition this about here and this about here. These artifacts here, the clipping, it's okay, rest position. They don't mean anything serious, because the mesh will also have subdivision surface modifier, the shrink wrap modifier. So it's it's normal that clipping occurs on the rest position itself. But it's just the snapping that is important here. Alright, so here I think we made the whole loop, right? Some things here are not looking well. I think I'm snapping those things I think I was snapping. Maybe this one got unsnapped accidentally, or it was never snapped. Okay, but it seems that it's retaining good positioning. Need to be careful, right? Maybe these things got unsnapped. Yeah, so I'm gonna try out here. Let's get the face loop expand. Let's see. So need to be super careful not to I don't want to change their positioning too much. This blue line is probably clipping, so they are probably not snapping as the others. So we're gonna just fix this. And these that we see here are the eyelash, this other face here, so we don't care. So these ones having trouble here finding their and here I think we have gone through all the loop. Yes, so now we can fix the eyelashes. There's also an eyelash push outside, so this will make sure that the eyelash mesh won't here having some problem with the subdivision, but we need to this will guarantee that this especially actually it's more for these ones. They are very small and they are close to so they need to be pushed because the eyelids go forward but not themselves, so they lag behind when the eyelids mesh. So this is a problem that I found much later how to solve. So you need to just have the eyelids push that is a bit higher, like double value here. No? This seems wrong. No, this is double, that's correct. 0.25, 0.5, so this is double. So it's like this mesh will be pushed, not this one, but these ones, just in case. So this will be a slight displacement, right, in relation to the rest position, but right, the distance between this and this will probably change on rest pose, but that's okay. This is the shapes are still the coherence still exists. The important is that this mesh doesn't stay behind and then it clips or start to behave, look strange. Yeah, usually clipping. So you need to push this, otherwise this may happen. Okay, so here this all is correct. We're just gonna check what is this vertex group here. Yeah, so it's just for the eyelashes. So you have some more influence in some areas to that are more critical, but yeah, we could actually, we could have, oops, this is very bad. Okay, we could have stronger values on these ones. Because they are closer to the problems. This one might need, yeah, this ones may require less, but this one also less, but these ones a lot, yeah. Yeah, you can try to blur this. Alright, anyways, we are going to return here. Now repositioning the eyelashes, I would say. So the challenge here would be yeah, I just know what it should look for the most part, so we don't want snapping, we just want to so the eyelash, they don't have the same, exactly the same problem of the eyelids. Yeah, they have the same problem, the similar problem, but we can be more free here to adjust this, because they are not in direct contact with the sclera, so they if we just get some, oops, I cannot smooth that thing out, so if we just get a good shape here, that should be good enough. We need to be looking this in multiple orientations to here I need this thing so that this can be pushed down in following the right, because of the geometry, right? The topology needs to do something. I try to simplify the geometry as much as possible, and so we get this different topology here, just to have the curve. Here we got a simpler setup. This one also bends backwards, but it's very subtle. So here we can probably reduce this, because I've made some changes, right? So We could try also to smooth some stuff here, see what we get. Then I'm not sure what I'm getting here. The strange wave here. Okay, so this is separated by seams, that's fine. But let's do something here. All this has the same edge creases, right? Yeah, so it's like something about this. I never had this problem here. It's as if it's not caused by this. It's not the shrink wrap. Oh yeah, it is the shrink wrap. Okay, so it's a byproduct of the subdivision. The subdivision being shrink wrapped. So there we go. So of course it's because often I place often my strategy was putting the shrink wrap after the subdivision, but there are many situations in we want the opposite. Like we want like for the inverse sonic melt rig, we want first the subdivision, then shrink wrap, because then the shrink wrap will get smoother. But in this case, let's try to assess this a little better here. Yeah, we get clear result with the mesh is a little more consistent. There seems to be some glitch there. No, it's just some crease. Yeah, the mesh seems to be a little more consistent. Here maybe we could be having some extra issues, so something to consider later on, but alright. Subdivision, and then I'll have to so maybe I'll have to, in this variation, let's say I don't like this, but maybe I need to try out this. Looks like this mesh is still shrink wrapped. Yeah, it is shrink wrapped just as the eyelid, right? So I need just to... Yeah, so apparently this is what's happening. With the subdivision before this subdivides, then gets shrink wrapped the fake vertices, right? So... unless I could control these creases... like totally ignore the... okay, let's try something crazy here. Okay, there's a limit. I can't go back beyond before that. Okay, Control X, let's dissolve that. Let's say if I... this is very dangerous. No, doesn't work. Let's try this. Doesn't work. Let's try... yeah, no, and then finally... the mesh still, the subdivided mesh still gets shrink wrapped, so it's like... it's a drawback of this approach. Yeah, it's logical. I never used this, maybe because I was seeing problems already with this. I didn't know exactly what was going on, but... so I might have to do this double loop, which I hate, because this was supposed to be simpler. But okay, let's try this. We have a little advantage here. And now we can... the lower one, yeah, it also suffers the same disaster, right? So yeah, you have a little better geometry, but could help the deforms, but it's really annoying to have more with thing to do. It's... but okay, because of this might be a better trade-off. So let's get these ones, and actually let's get all this face here. Take off these waves just from this, and then we can try to displace this. in a more organic way. Just as these ones. And I think now we should have fixed. Now we don't fix this issue there like this. Maybe I need to really push this. Okay, let's save here because this is getting, maybe I need to do something. I'm gonna get these vertices with high demand of push. Eyelashes. So I'm gonna paint this in maximum waves. Ignore this clipping here. These are because we are having it's just because of the rest positions, right? So we need to re-update here. Have some crazy stuff going on there. Oh yeah, maybe this is something I need to fix. I think I saw this in the Compositing. Yeah, it's like it's still having this weird behavior, but it's barely visible. Strangely, this the rest also behaves weirdly. Let's okay, let's do something here. Let's do this all full waves. Yeah, the appearance in general seems good, but when we look in full details, it's just terrible. Okay, it's pushing, that is okay. At least we solved one of the trouble, but then these subdivisions makes no sense to me, and this could be because of already the... So this is not the... This is not about shrink wrapping anymore, this wavy behavior there, so this could be just wave painting for deform bones. Or, hold on. No, this is because the positioning of the mesh is... As they get pushed, we need to... predict that the... Yeah, I need to predict that this will be placed just ahead . Is this correct? No, this makes no sense. Okay, but it is curvy. So here, just a little more. Okay, that helps. And then here we'll have again the problem, have to redo this, so nothing solved here. We're just gonna have to redo this setup here. So this thing about the subdivision surface modifier, everyone knows, right? So it's from basic modeling skills, we just create these edge loops that are very close to something, and this can be dangerous for that part here. In this case, maybe I just need another one like this. Oh yeah, this is better. Okay. This is the texture you have to fix. Yeah, and so let's hope that this wave painting of these vertices there won't cause a lot of pain, that because I never did that like this. It's just because of the new positioning of the subdivision surface modifier in relation to the shrink wraps. Usually I've played the subdivision after, but I just found out that yeah, there are some advantages and disadvantages. So it's worse for the eyelashes, but it's better for the eyelids. For example, here the eyelids, and because the eyelids and our eyelashes they are the same mesh objects, and they are also, we cannot control this. The mesh, it matches exactly here the eyelids with eyelash, so this is why we cannot control this effect. If I just use the conventional setup, separating the eyelash from the face, right, which is a good technique, it has many utilities, it's a lifesaver sometimes, so here could be a solution, but I've just managed an alternative at the expense of some eyelashes extra manipulations. So it's not the end of the world. I think I will keep this approach here. But yeah, it is annoying because now I had, and I'm not totally sure this is good, but yeah, it seems to be nice. Yes, I guess this is solved. So there is also something here happening that I think it's because of the pushing of the eyelids, which might be too much in this current setup to prevent intersections, or so, but it is also causing some creases here which appear in compositing, which if the mesh of the eyelids were not so close to the, so probably this wouldn't be an issue. So by doing this we can probably improve, but then this will allow to have more artifacts in the posing of the eyelids. So this value probably needs to be a little bigger, but like, and here we have to find a way to improve this. Already what I can see is that maybe some mesh was just missing some snapping. So we're gonna try to fix this. Yeah, so maybe it was just a stupid mistake here. So basically this, yes, this is part eyelid. So this needs to be snapped. So face project, let's redo it. I think I've made the same mistake again, right? Confuse the shift. It's because I need to grab which shift for but it's not the same as it's control. I'm confusing multiple things. So basically I don't know why they, if I hold control then it would not be snapping, but if I hold G shift, this is not about snapping, this is about slow motion, right, of the, but it's clear this is not snapped, so you're gonna fix this, and that should be the reason why this was going bad. Not because these are too close. Although the fact that they are too close could be one of the problems. Yeah, so here you see this is very bad. Here also seems to... It's like I forgot the last one. Okay, just grab and leave it at its place. That is almost done. This one I think is okay. It's not about these blue lines, this we don't care. So I think that's it. I've already concluded the whole loop here. Now let's check. Yes, now it seems to be fine. The mesh here is very close, but you see no crazy creases. Here's a weird thing, but this is this kind of thing that happens, but it's much better when the subdivision is, yeah, this gets a bit weird, right? Sometimes it's not really a, this we can, yeah, I can't explain it. So sometimes there are some stuff like that, but in the renderings, like, they will not even show unless we're doing some close-up, and for the most part this is a good rig that I found. So now we can finally address the... Yeah, I'm not satisfied with... Now this will be soon time to address the... to make this bigger. Ah, it's snapping. It'll be time to address the bones, because all these chains didn't, the Blender doesn't know, right, that I want to move the bones. So, and yeah, all this work, how will be doing this at the same time with the bones? This will be completely crazy, right? So this is not optimal. Unfortunately, I already have the bones. Fortunately, unfortunately, I don't know, I already have the bones, so I need to reposition these bones, and fortunately they are not so many, but there are some annoying bone constraints and like stretch too, and there might be other setups here. Let's try to, well, easiest way. And solo all. Let's see what all that we have here. So, okay, the eye holes are more complex. So here the eyelids is, they have a inverse kinematic system. Here we don't have this, but they're still okay. We have eyelash, tweak, eyelid, handler, and the bendy bone. So it's just this set. So you need to go for the... So I don't need to care too much about the positionings of those things. It's very, very simple. These orientations are aligned with workspace. Yeah, why not? It's because of the automation, but it's not important. They can be considered just as points in space, the eyelash bones. So we need here to get the tweak, and that will be tweak eyelids, right? And that is it. So I need to reposition these bones in relation to deform. What is this? Main eyelid. What are you doing? Okay, you are in this bone layer, of course. Color and no. Tweak eyelid. So these mains, they don't seem to have good color. Let's give it that. Okay. Now I have this tweak eyelid bot. Okay, let's go again. Let's change this to this thing here. Alright, so repositioning bones. So this is... I think at this point we can... No, the eye will interfere. Let's also mask the eyelashes from object mode. This will help a lot. Okay, so it's the change of the rest position. So here we are gonna use the face, and here is very important. I'm gonna show this as a sort of highlight. Yeah, I'm gonna... Although I've made these other times, but might be worth so snapping eyelids. To the mesh, to the face mesh, without messing up their orientations. Off topic, but please let me know your thoughts. Yeah, sure. I use the character sheet for exercising proportions. Good. And I plan on giving it to them, but it feels weird to give about 40 hours of free work and never talk to them again. Yes, let's see. As a character sheet for exercising proportions, I plan on giving to them. To whom? I didn't get this idea. Feels weird to give about 40 of free work and never talk to them. Oh yeah, some sort of commission or something like that. Because the conversation is very important, right? In this case, it's very easy to. Yeah, like model sheet is a technical thing, artistic but technical. It's very hard to make a good model sheet, actually, especially even more for 3D characters. Can be super complicated, and so I would need more details of the story to give some feedback, but I think that character model sheet is like, is not something like good to ask to anyone, like more to ask to a friend, right? An artistic friend, artist friend. Yeah, basically it says just for me to learn, but I also want it to be useful outside of just me learning. Thanks so much for the feedback. Welcome. I don't know if I understand properly the question, but apparently, well, if you maybe you could just consider like this. Well, maybe if it's your first model sheets for this kind of stuff, so well, then it was a learning experience. It is a learning experience. You're gonna make many more in the near future probably. So well, this one you've made for learning, then forget about it. Maybe you can use it to, let's say, the next ones you're gonna make might be much better, so you probably wouldn't like to use this one even for your own characters. Maybe you'll find out if you make more models, right, based on model sheets, and then especially if you have made the model sheets and try to sculpt the characters, then if it's stylized, if it's whatever, you'll find out that the model sheet sometimes is never good enough. This was my experience, right? It's fine, don't overthink it. So the mesh can definitively be reusable. Yes, so that's it. You probably can. Then what you can do, right, is I've been doing this over and over again for the style of characters I made, because it's an adaptation. It's a long-term process, medium-term process maybe. Just that you can actually improve the shapes of a character by reassessing back and forth between the model sheets. So you improve let's say like this, you make the model sheet, 2D model sheet, then you model the character or sculpt the character based on that model sheet. You see that the sculpt is better than the model sheet in some aspects. Then you go back to rework the model sheet, you redraw them or make some adjustments to the model sheet using the reference directly of the 3D model, as if it was a 3D model sheet. Then you improve the 2D, you see, retroactively improve your model sheet for a better specialization of the 2D model sheet to that 3D model, and then it goes forward. Then what you made some change to the model sheet that you think is lacking on the 3D model, that is hard to model or sculpt. Then you go back and forth and keep improving. Don't need to be always the same character or the same model sheet, but can be different versions, different characters, and then you start to improve the thing, right? And that worked. It's time consuming, it's artistic research, but this is very interesting, and there's not enough talk about this in general. So I think if you have made one model sheet and one character, don't worry too much, keep doing this, because it can be very, very deep, right, to get quality, right? So it's not by doing one that you're achieving the master level. No, you'll need probably many of them. So if you did one, congratulations. But you need to do this many more times in order to get the ultimate results. Let's say like this, artistical results. All right, let's do this posing thing here. It's a star on. Yeah, sorry folks, anyone that was expecting the highlight, but now it starts with the star. So the idea is this: I have these bones and I have to reposition them in this new rest position for the eyelids. there are many bones here. There are some tweak eyelids, then controller bones, right? We have some deform eyelash, then some handle for the eyelid and the bendy bone eyelid. So it's just a set of stuff. We need to move them all together, but I want them to snap exactly to the mesh. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna pick all this with C. I'm gonna pick all these, better pick the bones actually. We don't want to pick the bendy bones. It's just their joints and this one. So something is wrong here. We don't want the bendy bone, just the joints. Okay, so now I can move this perfectly, but I'm not snapping. So if I snap with face project, something bad will happen. No, nothing bad has happened. Okay, if I snap with face, okay, no, it's because I'm not snapping. Okay, now I'm snapping. I'm snapping with face project. Of course, other features matter. I need to include non-edited, so I snap to the mesh elements, the mesh object. So, which is not the selected. It's not selected, right? The active element is the armature, right? The bones. So if I do this, you see that the bones rotate. And this is because, I don't want it. I want to keep their alignments. Not only rotate, they seem to be doing other things crazy. So I want to actually use face in this case. Yes, I can keep this move, rotate, scale. So when I snap this to the mesh, the bones maintain, all the bones here maintain their orientation. It doesn't matter if they are facing, they are not trying to match the normals of the face in this way. In the face project, they want. Maybe there are some other setups that will make this slightly different, but okay, so here what I want to do is just to have this, so we're gonna make some change here to this positioning. So I want to get this here first. So I'm gonna pick this block, I'm gonna place it here. The ideal thing here is that we could place this exactly onto vertices, so maybe this could work. This can be dangerous though, in comparison to the face. Let's see. Now this is working. Okay, so I want to place exactly here because we can. Here we're gonna try to find exactly what could be the central joint here. I'm treating maybe this one. It's maybe not incorrect. It might not be the ideal, but that seems to be more appropriate. So go back. Okay, so here I'm having trouble with this subdivision. We don't want this. Well, something here is weird. Okay, so the subdivision is okay. Let's just turn off the subdivision then. Go back here. So I'm gonna snap it here, and I'm gonna snap this with the subdivision. But I needed to see where it was. Okay. Now for these ones, gonna just unselect all. Let's move it. So in this case, I'm gonna try to place it. I don't want the bendy bone to be too exaggerated, its rotation. So I'm gonna try to place this. It will be also good actually for this case to look at the Okay, so I think I can consider that this bone for posing, it can be right there. So I'm gonna do this different. The character design is really challenging for this kind of stuff. Now I need to mask this edit mode, so now it was here, right? Alright, so in these ways, in this way I get this orientation is correct. Now I need to change this. I don't need to be matching here. We're gonna just rotate here. The rolls might be messed up here, so we're gonna reset the rolls. Actually, let's see what the rolls are like. So nothing. Yeah, so we don't bother about the rolls right now. Just we want to see what was the pattern here. I probably wanted the yeah, this bone has very difficult rolls to be found, so we're gonna scale them up. Their bone length could be, yeah, so we'll have a better time checking their usually I'd like these bones to be like this, but it's just not convenient for their bone rolls to be seen, so we could do this instead, right? I'm not too comfortable with this, but we could do this, right? But then they will be very substantially similar to, and the bendy bones will always be smaller. So yeah, I ignore this. I'm gonna, let's leave like this. And okay, the z-axis is pointing front, so this is not necessary for, I'm gonna align this to shift actually the bendy bone can be aligned to shift N to active bone. This is one way to get both of them having approximately the same bone roll, or we could, this is annoying, but we could apply this so now they really have the same, and then we can snap this back to, in this case we don't want in this one, so you can snap this back. So now we have identical rolls here, which is not super relevant, but we can do this, right? So here we can probably improve this this positioning. You see that this was not a good rotation, so now this is not anymore about so much more about roll. So there are many things here that we might need to fix to find the best orientation for those things, and I can keep resetting the roll. In the end, the roll is the last thing, but it's good to have these rolls more or less correct, because if the bendy bones they are too crazy in these rolls, then let's also actually reset them both and let's roll them together. Why not? This also works. Okay, this is a new technique. Okay, that I just found out. So here we're gonna first find the alignments from this, and then we'll care about the roll later. Okay, we got this. This is just a small perfectioning. It's not really necessary, but it will improve the rig. So here we can reset, we're going to reset them all together. And now, so the same idea, we want to keep their z-axis, they are moving in sync, I guess, yeah, facing forward. Could be anything, but this is okay. So we got this one already. We can also check the rolls here, so about 56 degrees positive. And so this would be our, probably because they are very close, right, in their orientations. The more the bone is oriented differently, the more the roll will be different if we are matching their z-axis forward to the mesh. So here you see the roll is augmenting in this road here. The roll is becoming more positive, so you need to do more positive roll to get the z-axis to point forward. So, and now the last one. So here first the z and x-axis rotations, and then the y rotation, which is on the rest position, the roll, called roll. So we're gonna try to match here, to get the best curves. We want to match the shape with the bendy bone if we can, as much as possible. And then we can pick, yeah, this is just this one, so reset roll. You see that we get some inverse. So here in the roll that we're following, probably need to match the z-axis forward to the mesh, so it will roll in like this. And you see we're rolling like this, and something about this will be, we already know it's 90 degrees, right? Positive 90 degrees, because 93 degrees, okay, so that means again we are augmenting in relation to this, so 87. So this was very small augmentation. So now we don't even need to touch the other bones, because only their positioning mattered. Now we need to do the same tricks for the for here, and now we have a few more advanced ways to do it. So we're gonna snap again to face, include non-edited, and we're gonna snap this to the. So here I think I will try to snap, so actually snapping to vertex and enable this snapping. So I think I'm gonna place it here. I don't want to place it there, this is for the top. So this might be weird, but if I remember well, when I push this down, this mesh anyways, if it has the waves, it will just follow up, right? So the position of the bones sometimes, well, this could have some issues actually, we'll see. But anyways, it's a bendy bone, it's dangerous to have waves outside, but we're gonna address that later. In the worst case scenario, I could have maybe another bendy bone. Now this doesn't work very nice, so I don't know, maybe pushing this bone here and placing this bone more here. This, yeah, just a little down here wouldn't be tragical, but I hope this works. So here we're gonna first snap everything, and then we see what to do. So we need to take off the subdivision surface modifier. I see that there's a joint here that seems to matter, and it will be it will be this one. Yes, this seems fair. Then we take off this, we can derotate this bone, and the final one, enable this thing again. So you select the bones but not the bendy bone, and in this case, to match the setup that I'm trying to do, we're gonna just place it here. In this way we have a horizontalized structure. Here I might have made a mistake, is that I want to snap with the subdivision surface on. So I'm just gonna redo these snappings here, just to be sure. Okay, now I can turn this off and we can start this. So first what regards the Z and X axis, and then the planar rotations, let's say like this, and then we fix the rolls, which fixing the rolls can also help getting to see better what's happened to the bendy bone. But okay, this, let's look from here. We already see that this curvature is not very nice. We need to try this, and here we try. Okay, this is apparently the bones here, the bendy bone, they are using they are using the new vertex mapping curved, right? So because their rest position is curved, and they also are using tangent for the start handle only. The end handle is absolute. In this way we can have the head of the start handle bone, this one, matching the same, and this is much better because then we can scale this anytime. The length of the start handle can be any one. And same for intermediate, in between handles, because this also it's tangent. So this is the technique for simplifying the. It makes things easier, and it can be better in certain rigs, especially on sequence like that. It's easier when everything is matching. Okay, so here I think this is very accurate already. Yeah, this is very good. So I just gonna reset these rolls. Reset all these rolls. And now we're gonna pick the bendy bone and this handle, and we're gonna, you see, for the Z axis to point forward, we need also to, possibly this will be a, no, it's a positive, okay, it's a positive 100 degrees. Now we're gonna get these ones already reset, right? So this will be probably almost a bit more, maybe, because the mesh is, no, it's a bit less, so we are reducing now. So the last one, reset, it's already reset, so about here. So we probably the same value, maybe less, yeah, 87. So yeah, very slight change here, and this one is, here is a big change, because the orientation of this bone is very different than this one, and this one is quite close to this one. Alright, so we have repositioned all these bones, and they are already Yeah, then we need to fix these bendy bones. We need to reset this. It's fine. True, thanks. Yeah, okay, then I've seen it with a delay the idea, but welcome. So glad to be helpful in this question. So this is the new rest positions. We don't have anything else. Oh, there's an automation here. So there's a dumped track here. We're gonna test this out. Okay, we'll have to change the waves here. But as you can see already, it's much simpler to pose than it was before. Yes, this is very good. Finally, some results. So here we also have this one. Let's see what happens with... Yeah, this one we need to fix the waves on the corner, right? And for this one, this is working, you see? Apparently it's working for the most part. And this is apparently working as well, so... Just here we are having some crazy waves, but this is work is just, except that, yeah, we need to better distribute these waves here. And now let's symmetrize whatever. Oh no, hold on, there is I think the dumped track here. Yeah, so this is an automation that you might need to make here. This can cause a lot of problem, as you can see. It's a small automation, it helps posing. There are probably better ways, but this one doesn't need too much. But everything is good. This maybe a little more. Okay, then we pick all these bones. Yeah, let's pick all of these bones. Go on edit mode and symmetrize. Reset. We have some control, but it's not doing a great job. Let's bring back some features here so you can and also let's bring back her eyelashes. Of course, this positioning is bad because you need to hide these bones. Okay, so some things are broken, right? But in principle, yeah, this is much better for posing than I had. You see how this new rest position, how smooth now it is to do this. And it's much easier to construct the expression here, just because the rest position now it's more regular, not that crazy sharp angle that we had there. But if we check now the collapsing of the eyelids mesh, we see that there is some intersections there, which is not good. It wouldn't happen if we have the... So you can adjust this with the wave painting, but it's time consuming. It's not gonna appear too much. It's actually good for the crease, but of course it is inaccurate. If I had the rest position precisely matching nearly there as rest position as I had before, I wouldn't have the collapsing mesh will be perfect. from the rest position already on a rest pose, so this will not have this trouble. However, yeah, we could correct this maybe with shape keys or with helper bones that will decollapse, or just by adjusting also the rest position of these segments, right? We could maybe do some repositionings here, GG, and then resnap. It might not be sufficient, maybe these are too close, so maybe I've made a bad estimation here. Or yeah, the most radical things will be shape keys and corrective bones, just for have a bone that is floating here that will yeah, it will need to be a shrink wrapped bone to the eye also. Then it will need to have some strong waves on only those verts, and it will need to be automated. So it's like we could change the waves, that it will be like changing the waves actually, this, but the waves are hard to control, to synchronize in precise ways, while the bone would have a more controllable transform, right? We could exactly say, there's a distance between, I don't know, this point and this point, so maybe you can move, as I move here, you'll move like in a certain proportion, right? So this improvement here is gonna pay off a lot, because probably now from now on this was really tedious to do, challenging, interesting, but I've done these arrangements many times, so I was struggling to start it, but finally we got it. You see, it's not so hard, it's not too hard, it's just annoying, and sometimes things can fail, and here it's not failing, it's just I need to readjust, and it's not completed, right? I need to complete the wave paint and see if everything is fine. But you see, it's very nice and also there's something automation for the eyelashes. We need to improve that as well. But you see, we can get funny expressions here with this already. That before was a bit tragical, because the deforms were really bad because of that angle. The skinning method was completely it was not helping the deformations. Okay, let's get here. Let's see, what is the full eye control? No, eyelids. Eyelids revise. What about? Yes, we did that. A fake rest position for the normal. Yeah, so you can try this. So this is just some yes, okay, we did this one. Then you can make fake rest position, okay, so actually def warp slash map control map setup, or fake rest pose for the normal over. Yeah, so there's also other stuff that are like wave paint eyelids. Then there is probably eyelashes, which is then we have also just eyelids here. Then you have to adjust it here though, because they are a compound rig, so you need to be doing this in steps, and change to one usually affect the other. Integrated eyes rig is complex, right? So re-wave paint eyelids, and there is the helper bone for collapsing, fix collapsing, whatever, improve collapsing half collapsing pose. Yeah, we can do this in some way, so maybe it will automatically be better as we solve the wave paint. And then finally for the eyelids there is this, yeah, it was already here. So maybe what I want to do here is to do the depth warp trick, right? So what would that be like? It is actually pretty straightforward here. We'll use some mechanism bones, and I have a mechanism layer, so deform eyelids. Yeah, I'm still on that star here. I'm gonna take that off. I'm gonna show once again the depth warp trick. Okay, let's do this. All right. I need to bring this on. Okay, and then the chat. We need to. So once more demonstration of what is a plausible depth warp control map setup differentiation between Deform Rig and Control Rig. Now in a how do you name it, in a Eyelids proposition, Eyelids Rig, differentiation between Deform Rig and Control Rig. Yeah, that's it. Fine. So I'm gonna get this to be achieved here. So yeah, I'm gonna achieve it here, so it's not too complicated. So this is the Deform Rig. We have some bendy bones, the handles and the bendy bones for the eyelids. I don't care about the eyelashes right here. They're gonna be carried. So what we want is that the tweakers, these tweak bones, which are the controllers for the eyelids, we want them to be on a different rest position than. So this is the rest position of. Hold on. This is the rest position of the mesh, and okay, this is the rest position of the mesh. It's matching the bones, even the control bones. Everything is matching. However, what I want is to have my control rig in a slightly different position, because I want, this is not the natural way this character looks. I've made on purpose her eyelids slightly closed, about 85% open instead of about 99% open, which is closer to the normal character design, right, on the model sheet. Even I can show that here, maybe. Yeah, maybe you can see this. So you see here, but turns out that this angle is very bad for the deforms, for the eyelids. If the eyelids has to start here, the top eyelid starts here and has to do all this curvature here, despite using bendy bones, it's just too harsh angle here too, so it's very hard for the skinning method to understand it. So we could do different. Yeah, I could see that, oh, the eyelid starts here top. No, but this is incorrect. I want something anatomically more correct for the character, the cartoon design. So the top eyelid would start about here, but I've decided to make it about here in this case, even that the bone is here. The waves will be expanded a little lower, same for here, but anyways, I've horizontalized the mesh and the deformed bones to match. So in this way, same for the, however, now what I have is that the eyes are not open on the rest pose, right? When we reset all the bones, right? So we get a rest pose. So what I want is that when we can do totally this with pose assets, it's much faster, much easier. The problem is that every time you have to reset and re-click your pose asset to get so I want spontaneous rest pose to be these control bones or trigger bones. I want to have them in a position where the eyes are already open the way that I want. So let's hide this hair here. Let's also hide this. Let's turn on. Let's mask the mesh of the eyelashes also. This will facilitate our work. Don't need to hide the eyebrows there. So I want some position like I'll try to keep this very simple, right? So because of parenting relations, I cannot just straight use the apply selected as rest pose for these bones, because this bone here, this handle, is parented to the tweak. Yeah, so it will also be posed here. I don't want that. I want the deform rig to maintain its original position, which is coherent with the mesh. So I want the control bones to be displaced. And so these bones here, we're gonna displace them. We're gonna give them a new position. But the problem, I could unparent this, but this will be too annoying, right? And I'm not sure if there's not other bones parented to this, so maybe I can check here. Hold on. If we go here in the outliner, maybe I can find the hierarchy. There's a constraint, bone constraint, and then there are, yeah, I see the deform. Really? This is parented to the, no, this is parented to the handle. What is the deform eyelash top? It's this one, right? This white is under this hierarchy like that. White appears wait, this is strange. What is this? There are two different bones here. Def eyelash top 01. Oh, eyelash. Okay, so eyelid, eyelash. So that's what. So indeed, this will be dangerous because, but we can see here, right? So I'll have to unparent all of them, then reparent one by one to the correct. Yeah, so it's too annoying to be able to use the operator. So you need an operator that doesn't change the rest position alongside of the child bone. So this is very annoying. So let's get here to, so I'm gonna match try to match this, and we're gonna, just as a reference, right? So I'm gonna hide these bones here. Just look for the eyelids. So I'm gonna use the snapper face, include non-edited, and enable this. So I'm just gonna snap this to about this position here. That should be enough. And of course, let's reset here. Of course, this is not doing the entire job. So now, because you still need the bone constraints that will make the automation of the snapping system. So I'm just trying to here get the good poses here. Adequate positionings for this setup that would get spontaneously somewhat good expression for the character. Here we gonna get the cursor there. It's just a reference from this angle, so you can do probably here. Alright, here maybe we could place this closer to here, and here I'm not sure. This will be more a wave paint thing, so we can probably rework. And you see, this repositioning it's just not a big deal, right? We can do so. For this it's just even less change, right? So I'm snapping. Okay, so this snapping might be complicated, but I'm resetting, right? So it doesn't really matter. Maybe I have a better expression reference if I didn't start out by snapping this thing. I forgot to. Anyways, we got here. We can get it about here. And finally this one, turn off snapping. Let's try to pose this. Yeah, should be somewhat here. I'm gonna find it. Alright, so this seems to be sufficient. Now I'm gonna reset this. We see nothing has changed except that now the rest positions and rest pose of these bones are, yeah, there's some change because of some shrink wrapping bone constraints, I guess, or other stuff, but these are little details. What I need to do now is to get back to the eyelids, and we are going to, I also check the eyelash here because they have a transformation. Oh yeah, this could cause some problem because they are parented to the tweak eyelid top. So this is not good because I would like them to follow this by default. The orientations of the bones are not a problem for parenting. So it's questionable why I've made this parenting here. It was probably for some targeting eyelid. Yeah, doesn't make sense to me, so I'm gonna change these parents So because I don't want to automate this I don't want to get them to warp also. So it's just these ones will have to warp, but it will just be the warp of the but we would like them to rotate as well, so it is not that simple. It's actually okay. So first the dumped track, or I'm not sure about the dumped track right now, so I'm just going to, if it's after or before, just gonna get the copy transforms. It will be a replace, but it will be pose space. It will be more complicated than I thought. So we'll need some mechanism bone for this intermediate one, because this pose warp needs to use pose spaces, otherwise it won't be displaced. If you use local space, for example, it won't be displaced, so you need to warp. We could use a copy location. Possible. I don't like the copy location too much, but maybe in this case it will be. And then because of the parenting, it will we can rotate. Yeah. Alright, so we got it. We don't need an extra bone, although it will be more accurate. But this, we already have rotation, so we don't need to fix the rotation through bone constraints. It could be some inconvenient for other automations if they relate to this this thing, but I think not. I don't see anything else besides this. It's okay if the eyelash they follow these rotations. This rotation is meant to do this to the tweak to the handle, so this is actually good. So we need just to do this again and again for, so copy location. So what we're gonna do is just do this to get the correct, first we try to get the correct targets, and then we're gonna automate, no, not copy transforms, copy location. Then the dumped track, I think it can just, it doesn't matter, right? I think if it's after or before, because it will just be a follow-up, right? We can still rotate, and the bone will just rotate the same way, so it doesn't matter. Maybe I want the dumped track first because it adapt first, then it, yeah. But we can check if that changes anything. Yeah, there are some changes here. Maybe we want for the final, when after the copy location, yeah, maybe it's more logical here, because it's a transformation thing. I mean, it's not the, it's closer to the, it's closer to the rest position than the rest pose. So that means that, okay, copy location, make the which is a bone constraint thing, so pose position thing, and this is also So this is not necessary for the rest position. It goes after. So let's first change the transforms, their locations, and then we adjust in this new condition, right? Alright, now that I've got all these copy locations, the middle one doesn't need a dumped track because it is in the middle. Is this one in relation to the center that we want, in relation to the, yeah, the second one, the middle one. So now I'm gonna, to complete this adjustment, I need to, what was this that I needed to do? Yes, we need to fix this this data here for this bone constraint, but this is, I just want to change to some more regular pose spaces. Just this, nothing relevant actually. Yeah, so it's, and we don't need to pose these bones anymore because we have full control with this of location, of rotation, even of scale, but scale I'm not sure I'm gonna use here. So, and as for the rest things that are not working is wave paint that need to improve for the most part, but in general it's already working. There's some texture that are broken. I'm going to symmetrize, of course, resymmetrize everything here. And that will fix this for all this for the opposite side, right? So now if we look here, we have gotten the cards. Now I've got the cards. So here we got the, alright, so we have some pose here we have to improve. There are some, this is about the automation of the eyelash and even the wave paint. We've been doing some changes in the something weird about this thing here. Oh no, it's because the dumped track here, maybe it's too strong. I know I have changed this, but anyways, we can already, so this is the depth warp setup. So you see, this is the rest pose now, and now that I have the setup, I can just change these bones on here. You see, we can easily change the rest pose. Here, for example, if this is a problem, we can push this forward maybe. This will improve the chances, reduce the chance of having intersection, although it's not ideal, right? It's not snapping, but that's okay, it's a control bone. So it will go wherever, we will place it where it might be more, it's supposed to be a bit arbitrary, the posing. There's some crazy things going on there. We could even have some rotations here. I don't know why I cannot rotate it. It's a question of roll. No rotation on y-axis. But this also is wave painting thing, right? So I'm gonna reset this roll. And this could also be because of the dumped track, maybe it's too strong. Let's see. Yeah, this is affecting somehow. I need to be careful about this dump and drag. They are too rigid setups. So here we gonna do this, and here of course we need to improve the. So here would need some serious solution here. So I was considering. So for the eyelids, it's not difficult to match. It's not so difficult to match the eyelids, right? Closed, right? We need pose asset for this. However, for the eyelashes, this stylized eyelash, if the rest position is not closed eyes like this, then it's very difficult to close the eyelashes. But so we could use just a shape key that would solve some adaptive shape keys for this, right? Correct shape key just for this, when these bones maybe when the central bone starts to meet, maybe you could place many inputs here. It's hard to tell, right? What is eye close for Blender? Blender doesn't know, you have to find. But another way that I was thinking is, because it's not so hard to control the deforms of the eyelashes in this rig. They are very simple mesh. So what we can do is just, I was thinking of using just one extra, maybe a helper bone that will suffer extra tweaks in relation automation, right? Specific. It would be like a shape key basically, but with a helper bone. So it will be maybe more than one, but I think that maybe just one would be sufficient, maybe more focused on the center. And then this helper bone will maybe rotate itself, maybe according to, it's like, is this bone goes up, then so it will tweak the mesh, the vertices, in ways that will be positive for this joint. So you see, for the eyelids, it's actually very easy. It can be time consuming. This is why we need pose assets. So it's super important. I don't have them right now, unfortunately, but it's okay because the rig is pose assets. It's very delicate, so it's the last thing we want to do in a rig, unless we are testing or whatever. But usually they will break every time. So all these changes that I made would break all pose assets that I would have made for this area of the facial rig. So it's very dangerous to do those things too early, unfortunately. So here, folks, we got these improvements on the these improvements on the carrot. Let's see now how. Yeah, and also let's so we have made a tweak warp setup that is working. We'll need to re-wave paint the eyelids and improve eyelids collapsing, and okay, so there is eyelash automation retake. Okay, there's a problem here. I think I noted it somewhere. Moving with the eyeball. Full eye control. So this is an idea I want to test later if I find a way to do this, because this character doesn't have an eyeball. She has a nice surface. I can convert it to an eyeball, but it wouldn't work very well because it doesn't rotate very well. And I found a terrible drawback in that technique, using the lattice for cartoony eyes, non-spherical, non-symmetric eyes. It creates some, especially when it comes with shrink wrap modifier. It's great. Not sure if it's only about shrink wrapping, but in regarding to the lattice. I've posted it in the Blender artist forum, by the way. There's a thing that when the eye is latticing, let's say like that, the eyeball, we'll see its sharpening edges of their face, even with subdivision modifiers. It's very crazy. I tried everything that I knew, nothing worked. So the rotation of the it was like glitchy, and so if we look at a close-up, you'll see that some bad artifacts happening, like as if the eye was some sort of low poly thing that will be right. But fortunately it's only on close-ups that we'll see this, but it can be annoying, right? So I prefer never to skip that technique, which can work for cartoony eyes. So it's very interesting technique, but it's a shame that happens, and I asked for help. No one could find a solution to this. Maybe it's a bug or a glitch. Maybe I should report also. Anyways, we got here the... Yes, I need to make here. So this is fundamental. Yeah, all this here is, except for the wiggle eyelashes, an idea of bendy bone physics. You know, wiggle 2 add-on. So it will be actually... yeah, I have this somewhere. I just don't know where it is. Eyelids switching controllers, eyelids revise. Okay, here we go. Shape key for, or instead the helper. Yeah, I call it one eyelash follower rogue bone. So I don't remember why I call it rogue bone, but it will be like a rogue. Yeah, it will do whatever deforms the mesh will require, if we can achieve it. So integrated eye setups, exam automation. What is this? Okay, this is like a full revision. It's not integrated. Yeah, it's like the. No, it's not for the eyelids. It's more than that. Yeah, it will be about here. These things are not very accurate, the indentations, but doesn't matter. This is not coding. Yes, okay, folks. So we got enough work here. It's already late. I think my plan didn't work. I wanted to make a pause here, and other things worked, right? We made huge improvement here, but let's reset this. Where's the arm? What I'm looking for? Okay, I'm looking for the collection here. Okay, we want the okay, why this? Can we have decollapse everything here? Collapse everything. Okay, whatever. We're gonna get eyes, right here. out. Yes, okay, so we're gonna some shape here in the corner is not according to the character design. I have to readjust that, and it's so visible for me that I won't forget. So here we're gonna change. I want to see how she looks in this scene, so I'm gonna bring back the base skeleton. Yeah, everything is right. Then we go back here. We need to look for edit link library, return to original file. So here on her skin is just a glitch, already know. We need to get the bone. Well, okay, here selected. What now? There is bone manager. Oh, the armature is not. Alright, let's return to the edit linked library. Okay, I cannot return to the although the collection, yeah, so okay, great, let's open just the character then. Yeah, this is a problem. Okay, let's ruin my rigged model. Couldn't access it no matter what. Scenery, dirty lounge now. Okay, now you have the armature. You see that's the glitch here. There you go. So she has a different, slightly different eyes now. Some change in the, yes, the looking of the eyes is not good right now, but the rig, the skinning has improved. So this is what we're gonna keep improving this gradually. At least I have restarted this process. So eyelids, let's check here. So yes, we can start getting some I just want to see what we can do here. We can get a different expression is always good. We can, the mouth, yeah, there's a same complete, but also let's see what we can do here with You see that the grease pencil is affecting the mouth a lot with this. Well, we don't have the camera, so we don't really see what's going on. Need to be careful about these grease pencil, these features, right? Expressive features. So of course this is work in progress, but we want to see. Yes, I'm inside the camera. I want to see compositing wise what is the current state, because as soon as I can start to get a few better good expressions that match the 2D artwork, cute expressions basically, yes, about start to get something it's interesting, right? It's not good, but it's plausible. We're starting to see the potential. The grease pencil, yeah, it's a bit too bad for this. It's because it's dividing materials. I wonder if I should get this kind of. So I have two options here. Good that we address this right now, because one way would be to, hold on, let's take off this star, would be to reduce this, not just opacity is not good enough, it will be the opacity, might be even a low opacity might also even be responsible to causing some problems. So dirty here, it's this line thickness. So let's try to mount here, and I will try to take off intersections. I thought I have took that off. Okay, let's reapproximate here and see. I've augmented the opacity. And it's not very nice, right? It's because the lips are thin, and if you have this material border, you start to have conflicting stuff. Also because I'm curious about this intersection of the character into the scenery, and to see what is the grease pencil that will be composed there. Well, maybe it's a glitch because I don't see anything in this corner. Okay, so anyway, so we are taking this. Yeah, it's character grease pencil, it's this purple color. Okay, we're gonna take this off. Material borders, but first I want to see what we can do with this. So there's no half things here, unfortunately, so you need to do either, yeah, so we're gonna keep one and let's see what we can achieve. Okay, so it's better for the character for sure, but we are still getting problems. I don't really like this exaggerated lines into the, so we don't want these material borders. It's just because the material have different colors, Oh, I was doing the wrong place. Okay. So we're going to take this off. Edge marks, this I don't know, but we're gonna so I think I should maintain this sort of combined, so let's try again here. Okay, I think this is better. We'll need to, yeah, this is much better. So we need to the opacity, I don't know what to do. Maybe the color, we could change this material color a little. I don't know if more or less opacity would be better. Let's try with almost full opacity. Yeah, maybe it sort of helps in... Yeah, it sort of helps because it's already one... Oh, I see some artifacts there on the mesh. I don't know what are those. It's a close-up. Anyways, the results are interesting. Okay, what is... This is probably the glitch. Yes, it's the glitch. Alright, so the other thing that would be too much now, but is the isolation of the grease pencil, which I already have an isolator for it. This one, which I think we need to okay, why there's nothing here? Okay, we need to enable it's not like this, right? This is not the isolation of the... Yeah, this is looking nice anyways, but it's not what I wanted. Now also I'm not rendering the correct thing. It's completely wrong. I don't know why it is. So basically I need the grease pencil. I need to render this to see. Okay, so there's no background, this I know. No, there is background. What is this doing? Yeah, of course it's getting... because we need to Yeah, this setup I didn't conclude the. Yeah, I need to bring back the transparent for this thing. Probably some other thing that I don't remember. The thing about transparency, the background environment pass. Yeah, should be working. So now okay, so this time it shouldn't be rendering crazy stuff, so let's see what happens. Okay, I end up with a black screen. Okay, this is because, yes, hold out. Okay, no background. Yes, precisely what we want is a holdout of all these collections, but then why this doesn't collaborate? Space line art, yes, this is the same. Okay, I'm just doing this a little more, but I was successful in isolating the grease pencil through a technique like this, but probably I've messed it up. Let's turn this off. This there is nothing in here, so yeah, let's just turn it off here. And here, let's try again. No, not working. So it's not a pass. Someone told something about this need to enable combine and Z for this pencil. Maybe I need to. No, I tried everything, so. Yeah, okay, I need to revise this, so this is useless now. I'm just getting this thing, it's rendering stuff, but in the end it's not rendering the, I don't know why it's, yeah, it's trying to render stuff that don't appear. I don't understand what it's trying to do, but let's return to the, yeah, this is of course, oh yeah, this is the, what we are, I should be looking at here. But of course this is not connected to anything, so I see what should be done, right? Too late. It's not time for addressing this. Let's return to the main. What's happening to this crazy camera here? I remember this was this that I needed to fix. And now I get some. What the hell is this thing? So something about the viewport, probably it's just a, yeah, it's a camera thing, of course. Something is just, yeah, this is the selected viewport. We just need to use this one instead. Okay, so I'm just gonna render here for fun, and that's it. It's funny how the 3D software interprets some shapes there. It's not horrible. It's, yeah, it's very weird, but it's almost there, right? If we a better rig, we can get these spontaneous results working. So it's actually good stuff. So let's save here, and the colors are nice also. We can use this this level of results, except for if it weren't for the rig rate. So I need to improve this, and this is what we're gonna be doing in the weekend. With all the effort I'll be putting on rigging, then soon enough this will be ready. So I think my expectation is that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, yeah, I would be starting the 3D webcomics. The sooner the better, but I know this rigging stuff, it's the way I want to do things good. It's slow, but this time I will finally encounter the way to go. So the more I'll push those weekend, the more I will guarantee this sooner, and that will be good for everyone. Thanks for watching, folks. Hope that was inspiring and interesting. Take care, and happy blending. Have a nice weekend. See you soon, and good luck in your projects.